Yes, Parameswaran sir. Parameswaran sir. Parameswaran sir.
I welcome you all to International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics ICSTM 2022, organized by Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP.
Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals continuing an analysis magazine.
Jansons Institute of Technology is promoted by the Jansons Business Group, a textile major with significant presence in granites and healthcare. The board of Jansons Group Business Group is chaired by Rotarian MPHF Sri T.S. Natarajan. The chairman is ably assisted by Vice Chairman Sri T.N. Kalaimani and Sri T.N. Tirukumar. Jansons Institute of Technology is established in the year 2009. Jansons Institute of Technology is a second educational venture by Jansons Business Group. Jansons Institute of Technology is approved by All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, accredited by NAC and affiliated to Anna University, Chennai. Jansons Institute of Technology offers bachelor's degree programs in the branches of artificial intelligence and data science, civil engineering, computer science and engineering, electronics and communication engineering, and mechanical engineering. 9 batches of students were passed out with good academic, co-curricular and extracurricular achievements till the academic year 2022-2021. Teaching and learning process at JIT is taken care by a set of learned, committed and well-experienced faculty members. There are 25 faculty members with PhD qualification and 18 faculty members are pursuing their doctoral degree in this institution.
International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics to be held on 28 May 2022. The recent advancements in the domains like science, technology, engineering and mathematics have led to exponential growth in different sectors like advancements in manufacturing and optimization techniques, new product design and development, Internet of Things, big data, embedded technologies. This conference aims at knowledge sharing among academicians, researchers, and experts from related industries on a common forum for explanation on emerging technologies and innovations in engineering and science for better engineering solutions. This conference will act as a platform for researchers to present their research findings and outcomes. Practicing engineers, academicians of various universities and engineering institutions, scientists from R&D institutions, research scholars, and postgraduate students from all over the globe are invited to participate in this conference.
I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. I would like to welcome Dr. S. Ilangovan, Vice Principal and Head of Corporate Relations of Jansons Institute of Technology. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Sweta, Manager of IFERP Technology Group. I would like to welcome Dr. M. Mudhukumaran, Professor and Head of Mechanical Department.
Professor Aiman Eid, Rawajfeh, Full Professor, Desalination and Chemical Industries, Department of Chemical Engineering, Tafila Technical University, Jordan. Next, I would like to welcome the session chairs for the conference. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies.
Firstly, I would like to welcome the Honorable Dr. P. Meena Sundari, Professor of Chemistry from Jansons Institute of Technology, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning to one and all present here. I feel honored and privileged to welcome you all for the International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics 2022, organized by Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India, in association with Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication. We all know that scientific knowledge allows us to make new observations about the world, build more scientific and technical knowledge, and build new technologies. Science and technology make us think differently, feel differently, and even dream differently. Engineering is the application of this knowledge in order to design, build, and maintain a product or a process that solves a problem and fulfills a need to build new technologies. Industrial engineers require mathematics to design, develop, test, and evaluate integrated systems for managing industrial production processes, including human work factors, quality control, inventory control, logistics and material flow, cost analysis, production coordination, and many more. In today's conference, we are going to have a fusion of scientific knowledge and its applications in developing innovative technologies. ICSTEM 2022 will be a knowledge treat to all of us who joined here. At the outset, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Aiman Eid, Full Professor Desalination and Chemical Industries, Tafila Technical University, Mr. Mark Lobby, Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, Atlanta area, Dr. Sanjay Sethi, Director of Design Engineering and Enablement, Global Foundries, San Francisco. It's my pleasure to welcome our Chairman, Vice Chairman, Principal, Vice Principal, Director, Jansons Institute of Technology, for giving us an opportunity to organize such a wonderful event. I welcome our Associative Organizing Committee members of Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication. I am overwhelmed in welcoming all the participants who took much effort in the process of publishing their research work in the conference. I welcome and congratulate them for their future endeavors. I welcome all the heads of various departments of Jansons Institute of Technology and jury members for the conference. My special welcome to all my dear students who are participating and organizing the events of the conference. Dear students, I assure you that this conference will be a milestone in your future career. Once again, I welcome you all for the International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics 2022. Thanks for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Shweta is the manager of IFERP. She had a vast experience in conference management, publication, and research assistance and guidance. She had 3 years of experience in guidance researchers and she worked as an assistant professor in Vailtech Multitech, Dr. Rangarajan, Dr. Shakuntala Engineering College, Chennai for 4 years. She completed her MTech in Power Electronics in Vailtech University and her bachelor's in Electrical and Electronics Engineering in Anna University. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Shweta, manager of IFERP Technorate Group, to give the welcome speech for the conference.
Very good morning to the distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it is a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, students all around the globe from different walks of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive international conference on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, ICSTEM-22, organized by Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India, in association with the IFERP. When borders are closed and travels are restricted, the technology gives us the opportunity to share our knowledge and present our works using virtual platforms. Moreover, I honorably welcome our chief patron, T.S. Natarajan, Chairman, Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, patrons, Sri T.N. Kalaimani, Vice Chairman, Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, Sri T.N. Thirukumar, Vice Chairman, Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, and our Steering Committee Chair and Convener, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Principal, Jansons Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome our keynote and invited speakers, Professor Aiman Eid Al-Rawajfeh, Full Professor, Desalination and Chemical Industries, Department of Chemical Engineering, Tafila Technical University, Jordan. Mr. Marv Lauby, Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, Greater Atlanta Area, Dr. Sanjay Sethi, Founder and CEO, Antar Dhani Incorporation, San Jose, Silicon Valley, California, USA. Along with our speakers, I welcome all the steering committee members, organizing committee members, publication committee members, event management committee members, technical program committee members, session chairs, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students of this fruitful International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, ICSTEM-22, who presents both breadth and excellence in industry experience, in university research, in government policy making, and reflect their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how engineering, science, and technology, mathematics, and other new technologies will influence our shared future. Engineering, science, and technology has become the emerging trend of challenges for all of us. For engineering professionals, scientists, as well as researchers and academics, the main purpose to the development by media, by technology, and by application areas, engineering and technology plays an important role to bridge the harmony of the human well-being and the nature through the new advanced technology. The International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics goal is to provide the knowledge enrichment and innovative technical exchange between international researchers or scholars and practitioners from the academia and industries in the field of engineering, science, and technology as listed at the related topic of interest. We encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions and hope the conference can provide a good platform in the exchange of information in development and innovation, as well as new collaborations between scholars, academics, scientists, and practitioners. This time, if we want to advance the technology to benefit everyone, we must proactively and thoughtfully reinvent the future of work. Reinventing the future of work need to be whole society effort. Finding long-term solutions will require ideas and initiative from every quarter. Getting this right may be amongst the most important inspiring challenges of our time, and it should be priority for everyone who hopes to enjoy the benefits of a society that is healthy and stable because it offers opportunity for all. I'm convinced that those of us leading and benefiting from technology and revolution must help lead the way to a future in which technology works for everyone. I believe IFERP can continue to be a leader in this work, and I hope many of you will seize the opportunity to join us. IFERP, one of the largest professional associations, is on its way to digitalize innovation processes through our professional networking service and thus providing an integrated virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring potential of researchers, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. Moreover, more than 72,000 members and 720 universities and institutions are associated with IFERP, utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science, and technology, and by organizing and providing international conferences, publication assistance, research assistance and guidance, student, professional, and institutional membership aid schemes, international workshops, chapters, guest lectures, faculty exchange program, short-term training services, webinars, scientific conference management systems, etc. IFERP publications have shown marked growth in terms of global outreach, impact factors, downloads, citations, quick decision rates by the peer reviewers, number of submissions, and stringent acceptance rate. IFERP is a leading publisher of scientific articles in Scopus, SCI, ESCI, Web of Science Index journals. IFERP has stepped in and enriched strong networks in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and explore better ways of educating our future leaders. I take the opportunity to welcome each of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in this conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task to that end. I'd like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, organizing committee members, advisory committee members, and session chairs. I welcome you all once again on behalf of the entire IFERP group for this International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Management, ICSTEM-22. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific event. Stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Sweta, for giving a valuable speech. Dr. S. Ilanguvan, Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, He has 20 years of teaching experience with high scholarly visions. He has received and recognized with several awards like Professional Achievement Award 2017, Best Teacher Award 2013. He has won Certificate of High Impact Teaching Skills Award in 2008 and several state, national, and international levels. He has published several papers in national and international level. He authored and published 3 books in his own respective field. He served as a speaker and chief guest in various fields like orientation programs, refresher course, short-term course, and faculty development programs. He is also more sincere and dedicated towards several responsibilities like executive committee member, chairman for student activities committee, and placement officer. He also guides more than 50 UG projects, 17 PG projects, and also several mini projects for budding young scholars. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. S. Ilanguvan, Vice Principal and Head Corporate Relations of Jansons Institute of Technology.
Good morning, one and all. I'd like to express my gratitude to Chairman Sir, Vice Chairman Sir of Jansons Institute of Technology for giving us permission to conduct this wonderful international conference. I would like to always thank our beloved Principal Sir, Dr. Nagarajan, for continuous support and all kind of initiatives which we have giving or he'll be initiating. So he is the backbone of Jansons Institute of Technology. I would like to thank Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, CEO, and Ms. Sweta, Manager of IFERP, for organizing this virtual conference ICSTEM-22 in a grand manner. I'd like to thank the keynote speakers, Professor Aiman Eid, Al-Rawajfeh, Mr. Mark Lobby, Dr. Sanjay Sethi, for their sharing their knowledge, the vast knowledge, the technical advancements which is going on in the world. So to give their all their inputs to the all the participants and delegates. I'd like to thank Dr. M.V. Suresh Kumar, the Director Administrations of Jansons Institute of Technology, and the convener, Dr. M, co-convener, Mr. M, Dr. Guy who is working for this conference continuously. I'd like to thank all the heads of the various departments, the jury members, faculty members, and all the delegates for this conference. I hope this conference is going to be a channel for sharing their knowledge or their research findings, their experience, technical expertise with various other delegates, so that this will flourish. This event is going to flourish a lot of ideas, research ideas into it, and the research and development in the country will flourish in a big way. So normally there is a saying, necessity is the mother of invention. So as far as the research or innovation is concerned, we need a necessity. So I would like to suggest all the delegates that kindly go through all the necessities, need which is required in the society. So always the technology, whatever we are building, may build a bigger infrastructure and other things, but I'll always say that advancing the technology towards humanity is very important. So whenever a technology is trying to serve the unserved or underserved people who are in the society, then that technology has its own fulfillment. One side, that advancement of technology is going to build the infrastructure of the global arena. At the same side, it's the ethical values to be maintained. And based on that, those ethical values, we have to help the unserved population and underserved population across the globe. So that should also be a dimension of the technology or the advancements, whatever, or research innovations, all those things we are getting. So the research and development with the complete ethics and getting it to the last part of the last person of the globe, then the technology is getting completely satisfied and fulfilled. So with these words, I would like to appreciate all the delegates who are waiting for participating in the conference and share their research findings in this arena. And I'd like to congratulate each and every one who involved in the organization of this conference and my dear students. So I hope this will be going to be a big channel or a big forum in which you'll be sharing all the knowledge. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. Dr. Sanjay Sethi has 25 years of proven versatile technology leadership in the semiconductor industry, engineering, and business development. He completed his PhD in high-speed optoelectronics, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. He is nominated for Best PhD Dissertation Award 1995. He has experience in high-performance analog mixed signal circuit design, hardware development, and embedded systems engineering, signal integrity, packaging, board design, also in on-chip power and thermal management, and semiconductor process development of high-speed optoelectronics. He is well versed in technical sales in enable significant top-line revenue growth in ASIC design wins. He is experienced in new product development and data converters like ADCs and DACs for wireless and wireline applications. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Sanjay Sethi, founder and CEO, Antar Dhani Incorporated, to deliver keynote address.
Thank you very much for those kind words. It's really very, very kind of you to have invited me to this conference and deliver a keynote. I'm sorry for being a little late, but I think I wasn't too late. I was right behind the previous speaker, Dr. Ilangaman. Good morning to you all, and I hope it's not too hot out there in Bangalore. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Audible,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear a response, so I was wondering whether I was being heard or not. Let me share my screen first, please, and I'll try to stick to the 30-minute limit. If I go a few minutes over, please accept my apologies. There is much I would like to say and much I would like to convey. After all, Bharatvarsh is the country that I left 34 years ago. It's actually now 27 years of working in the industry, not 25. That profile was created, it's outdated. But I have very big visions for India. And that is why the name of my company also is from the Sanskrit, Antar Dhani, which I'm sure all of you know is the inner voice, inner sound. I call it inner harmony. But I will start with giving you an introduction to Antar Dhani and what it's all about and what I'm doing. Followed by that, I'll give you a couple of case studies of innovation in Silicon Valley. That's where I reside. And I would like to inspire students and young researchers and old researchers into doing brilliant things, which India was notorious for. And now, unfortunately, we're notorious for other things. But, you know, our ancient rishis and plastic surgery was first by Sushruta, right? I don't consider Ganeshji to be the first plastic surgery case, but Sushruta definitely was the first case recorded in history of plastic surgery. With no further ado, let me start with the Antar Dhani presentation. Give me a second, please. And I'll start my video as well, so that you can see my countenance. Yeah, you can see me. Pujaji, Sushmita-ji, is the video on?
Yes, sir, it is.
Great, thank you. I'm going to share my screen and give me a second. Can you see the title slide? Pujaji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. So Antar Dhani is really a revolution in medical devices and in semiconductors. I'll walk you through it fairly quickly. The world is really in the midst of a tremendous healthcare crisis. It's a plane crash, actually, right? With COVID-19 and all other kinds of things with Ukraine now, but it's a lot worse for Bharat than for the USA. Here in the US, I think we just clocked 1 million deaths. I don't know what the count is in India, but I'm sure it's a lot more. And it's probably because of the population density and the lack of care and the abysmal ratio of qualified doctors to patients, the accessibility of patients who are sitting in rural areas, the cost and the quality of healthcare. And by the way, the US is also abysmal in terms of both cost and quality of healthcare. We really suck. And I've been at the receiving end of this, which is what actually provoked me. And it was beyond stimulation or provocation. It actually impelled me to create Antar Dhani. I had Antar Dhani conceived in my mind 12 years ago in 2010, but I was forced to do it in 2019. I incorporated the company. And here, you can read it, all of you, but what I'm basically doing is I'm working on ultrasound, and hence the play on the word Antar Dhani. What I'm doing is I'm revolutionizing the technology of ultrasound. I'm miniaturizing it to a level which is almost unimaginable, that a cart, the ultrasound cart, which is wheeled into a room when a pregnant lady has to go through an ultrasound examination for her fetus, that cart, which costs $135,000 in this country as of 3 years ago, I am bringing it down to less than $1,000, and either a handheld device, or I can actually take certain portions of that and put it into a syringe, a hypodermic needle, and I can insert that into the vein of a patient, and I can monitor the blood flow and figure out whether that patient is going to be suffering from a heart attack or atherosclerosis 6 years before it happens. This technology is also in mammography, as I mentioned here. You wouldn't know it, but 75% of all breast cancer cases are actually caused by the low dose X-ray radiation that is used in mammograms. So the same doctors who are supposed to be treating patients are actually inducing the cancer in patients. It's a terrible thing to contemplate. And when you replace that with ultrasound, which is a completely benign technology, then suddenly cancer plummets. It sounds almost too good to be true. I've just mentioned 3 of the use cases: COVID, mammography, and IVUS, intravenous ultrasound. But there are at least 30 use cases. There is focused ultrasound, which can be used to cure glioblastomas in the brain. When you have a tumor in the brain, it can be vaporized by ultrasound, focused ultrasound. When you have stones in the kidney, that can be pulverized with ultrasound energy. There are so many uses that it's incredible. One of the VCs who I contacted when I wrote this mission statement up commented, and at that time I only had mammography in mind. He told me that the valuation of the company would be several $1 billion at least. So the entire play is not about the money. The money is a side effect, but it's probably a valuation of several $100 billion. And you'll understand why I'm talking all this in a few minutes, right? It's incredible. And it's also incredible how the medical system is conspiring literally to keep this technology out of the hands of patients, because then they cease making money, right? Here is a small introduction to the use cases and what the minimum viable product, MVP stands for minimum viable product. Lung imaging for detection of COVID it can be taken into the field. You can send a postman to do a full body scan. I'm doing a 4D scan actually, volumetric and time. So it's a video of whatever is going on in your body, whether it's a tumor, whether it's benign or it's malignant, whether it's a broken bone, whether it's COVID, all that can be tracked. And you don't need a trained technician to do it. The technology is robust enough that I can take a full volumetric scan with an untrained postman. And I think that is exactly what India needs. What poor countries like I don't know why people always call it sub-Saharan Africa, but sub-Saharan Africa, for whatever it's worth, poor countries, right, where you cannot get the patient to the doctor, but you take the point of care to the patient. And so you can take that data, you can stream it out, and you'll see that in a moment. I'll show you a schematic of it. I'm an electrical engineer by training, so I work on schematics. And you can stream that data out and send it out to the cloud, and you can have a trained radiologist look at it. Or I'm actually contemplating putting in an artificial intelligence chip, AI/ML chip for edge artificial intelligence into the system. And I can predict without the need for that radiologist whether the cancer is benign or malignant or whatever. As you can see in COVID, you can just put a saran wrap, a plastic wrap on that device and reuse it for patient to patient, and it's non-toxic. So you can monitor the progression of that disease. You don't need an expensive PCR test, and you don't need to wait 3 days for that. You get the data instantly. Let me move on. Here is the schematic that I was talking about. I hope you can see my cursor out here. So there is a transducer here. That's an ultrasound transducer. A transducer converts acoustic energy into electrical energy and electrical energy into acoustic energy, both, vice versa. You send electrical pulses to your device. That device then converts it into sound waves, ultrasound waves. Those go penetrate the human body, get reflected back, come back to that transducer. The transducer converts that energy back into the electrical world, which you can then take and convert into an image, and you can post-process that image, and you can find out what's going on. That's how ultrasound works. That's the key element, the transducer. And I'm revolutionizing that. I'm replacing hundreds of volts, which are used in today's technology in that $135,000 device that I was talking about, to sub 1 volt operation. And the rest of the electronics, it's very complex analog mixed signal circuitry and DSP circuitry. And so here is the DSP portion in blue. The analog mixed signal is in orange and green. The power supply is in brown. I've taken this from a TI app note, Texas Instruments. I used to work with Texas Instruments a while ago. I'm intending to use several arrays, 3-dimensional arrays with advanced DSP techniques, different algorithms, to achieve unprecedented image quality with those sensors of mine. You will get resolution and penetration unimagined, and in a form factor that is, as I said, miniaturized by a factor of 1,000. And then I had actually, in 2010, when I conceived of the idea of Antar Dhani, I had actually co-invented the world's lowest energy conversion ADC, analog front end, or A to D converter, as it's called. And combine that with an edge inference chip, either standalone or integrated with artificial intelligence and machine learning for detection and diagnosis. And then a high-speed SerDes link. SerDes is, it means serializer, deserializer. It's basically used to get data on and off the chip. And with cloud integration, as I mentioned, you can pipe it out to the University of California, San Francisco, and have experts in cancer look at it. UCSF is a known center, world-renowned center for that. And they can look at it. And in 5 minutes, they'll have the data out to you, out to the patient. You don't have to go and pay bribes to toxic doctors and do all sorts of nonsensical things. And I'm planning a 2-phase development. First, to do the minimum viable product with an FPGA. That's a field programmable gate array with off-the-shelf MEMS transducers. And then the second stage is with my technology completely. You always have to do a prototype. Otherwise, people don't believe the technology. It's almost magical, right? Now, that sensor, as I was talking about, this transducer, is also a sensor, right? It's a sensor and an actuator. That's why it's called a transducer. It transduces energy from one form to another. That I'm going to a MEMS transducer, and MEMS stands for micro electromechanical systems. Micro electromechanical systems. These are semiconductor elements which are minuscule in size. They're microscopic. They're called micro electromechanical because they're typically on the size of a few microns, and a micron is a millionth of a meter, as all of you engineers know there. So the other spin-off from Antar Dhani, besides the medical devices, is a semiconductor company. And why semiconductors? Besides the fact that my expertise, my core expertise is in semiconductors, in solid-state electronics. We are currently in another crisis besides the health crisis. It's the semiconductor supply crisis. There are no chips anymore. And that's why the prices of cars are shooting up massively. What happened is COVID had an unintended side effect, an unforeseen side effect, I should say. The demand for consumer electronics goods shot up because people were confined to their homes and they didn't know what to do with themselves. Cars, on the other hand, stopped getting sold because nobody was mobile. Everybody was confined to their house. So the fabs, the semiconductor fabrication plants, shifted their focus from consumer electronics and cell phones into consumer electronics and cell phones. I misspoke, sorry, away from cars. Now, when COVID is retreating and the car manufacturers want to go start selling cars, they can't because they don't have any cars to sell. They don't have the chips. The problem with all of this is that there are immense geopolitical ramifications for India in particular, and the United States, of course. I am a US citizen. I'm also, what is it called? An OCI, Overseas Citizen of India, whatever that means. But at the same time, the ramifications are because Taiwan, TSMC, as I mentioned here, and Samsung together possess 71% of the total available silicon wafer capacity. The US only holds 12%, and Europe owns only mere 9%. What happens if the People's Republic of China goes and captures Taiwan? What happens if the drought in Taiwan continues and water is an essential element for semiconductor manufacturing? Without that, no semiconductor manufacturing happens. Everything shuts down. You need deionized water, actually, not just water. You need a very, very highly purified version of what you drink. It has to have no contaminants in it whatsoever. And then Taiwan is also in the earthquake zone, right at that ring of fire, the Pacific Rim of Fire. So what happens if that goes out of capacity, right? So India had better start doing something. And supposedly we're making noises at the end of last year and then beginning of this year, Shri Narendra Modi put out some proposals with $10 billion. $10 billion is chump change. As you can see out here, TSMC, one company, the market leader, which has, I think, about 22% of market share, is investing over $100 billion over the next 3 years. The United States government is scrambling to invest $52 billion to seed 19 new fabs. Intel has put $20 billion in Ohio, $20 billion for another 2 fabs in Arizona, and they're building in Ireland, in Israel, and yet Intel is reputed to be more than 5 years behind TSMC, and I'll explain that in the next slide, behind TSMC. The US has lost the lead. TSMC, Taiwan, China, and China has got several of its fabs. The US is desperately trying to throttle that, but we'll see if it succeeds. So out here is what I'm talking about, silicon. And there are 2 kinds of semiconductor fabs in the world. One is silicon and the other is compound semiconductors. And as I mentioned here, silicon is silicon. It's a group 4 element in the periodic table. And the compound semiconductors are compounds. There's 4 4s, there are 3 5s, and there are 2 6s. And these, I'll talk about that in the next slide, but silicon basically, which is what is used to manufacture microprocessors, microcontrollers, all the memory in your chips, all the storage. So silicon is extremely vital, but it's extremely complex. It is actually the most complicated, most difficult to manufacture, more than a rocket ship. It is easier to make a rocket ship, to design and to manufacture a rocket ship, than to design and manufacture a chip. A typical 7-nanometer fab costs over $20 billion to produce, and it's guaranteed to become obsolete in less than 5 years. So what is your return on investment, my dear? It's awful. And the gestation period, it takes over 3 to 5 years to generate profitability. You're battling that 5 years when you become obsolete. And the problem is also that TSMC, and Samsung too is right behind them, is virtually unassailable. You cannot compete against them at this stage in the game. The extreme ultraviolet lithography requirement at 7 nanometers and below has driven out Intel and Global Foundries. And I used to work at Global Foundries, so I know all that. There are so many barriers to entry. There's human knowledge, which is built over decades. There is IP protection. The US will not release this technology. It's under export control. Supply chain, India has virtually no supply chain. We don't even have electricity properly. Forget about DI water and forget about, as you see in this supply chain, we'll dwell on it later, but this is a pyramid which goes from IP providers to EDA tools, electronic design automation tools, to the suppliers who provide gases and materials and wafers. And then you have the equipment manufacturers like Applied Materials who make the deposition and etch equipment and the photolithography, which is by ASML and Canon. And then you come to the manufacturers of the fabless designers, the Intels and the IBMs and the ARMs and the Qualcomms and the AMDs of the world. And finally, you come to the fabs. This is an inverted pyramid. Now, I've come to the next slide inadvertently, but here is compound semiconductors. Silicon is not the only game in town. Compound semiconductors and MEMS, and I already told you what MEMS are, micro electromechanical structures or systems, possess very unique properties. They're much more lucrative. And I personally, this is not a boast, I can lower the barriers to entry immensely. This is my core expertise. This is what I did my PhD in. This is what I did my graduate research in. This is what I've worked in for 27 years after my graduation. All these compound semiconductors, they work at much higher frequencies, at much higher temperatures, much higher power levels. One second, my cursor seems to be acting funny. Give me a second, please. Yeah, so these semiconductors are used in radio frequency and millimeter wave circuits for 5G, which is your cell phone technology, your fiber optics, which is your telecommunications, radar, satellite, power generation, delivery, power management, analog and mixed signal. Any interaction that you have with the real world is through analog mixed signal. Then you convert it into digital and then you process the digital. So you can't live without analog mixed signal. And all your military aerospace applications. And lasers and LEDs, light. Silicon does not emit light. Although I got silicon-based structures to emit light when I did my postdoctoral research at IBM, it really inherently does not emit light. Even the light that I got it to, that I coaxed it to deliver was minuscule. It's really hard to get silicon to emit efficient light. Antar Dhani's ultrasound medical devices, the unique MEMS devices, the sensors and actuators that I mentioned, they leverage compound semiconductor technology, not silicon. And so I can be an integrated device manufacturer as well as a pure play foundry. And I want to do this in India. I want to give this technology to India. I want to do this for the poor folks. And I also want to take India finally kicking and screaming into the semiconductor world and become a powerhouse, which it should have become, but it failed because you cannot orchestrate this through government intervention. You can do it through government seeding and government funding, but you can't create demand. You can't create, we have only had Semiconductor Complex Limited. And Dr. Zarabi, who's a very, very dear friend of mine, who was the chairman and managing director of SCL, Semiconductor Complex Limited in Mohali. When I graduated from Pilani, he actually gave me my first offer to join SCL as a young engineer. And I declined the offer, of course. I came to the US to do my PhD. But Dr. Zarabi himself is helping me in this effort. And God willing, we'll be able to succeed. And I'll tell you what I am hoping for, hopefully to generate in this audience, perhaps itself, right? Now, the fact that I'm both a consumer as well as a producer of these MEMS sensors means that I can ride out any spikes and slumps, any, how shall I say, non-linearities in the demand, which is notorious. The semiconductor industry is notorious for that. As I just explained, the peaks and slumps that happened because of the COVID and the car manufacturers and all that, right? That happens regularly. Every 5 years, every 6 years, there's a disaster happening in the semiconductor industry. That's why you have layoffs. That's why you have plants shutting down, all kinds of nonsense happening. You can't plan for these things. So this is the ask. This is what I was coming to. Everything leads up to the ask, right? There's always an ask. There's always a catch-up, a gotcha. I need pre-seed funding to build Antar Dhani's prototype medical devices, the MVPs, the minimum viable products. Location is TBD. I could do it in the US. I could do it in India. If I get funding from the Indian government, I'll do it in India. I would much rather do it there than here. Government assistance to build Antar Dhani's compound semiconductor fab. I have a very radical idea to do this. There's an existing fab. I actually had been made an offer to head this fab up 12 years ago. But various things happened and that CEO just died last year. And if you have any people here who have connections to IDBI or IFCI, which are these industrial banks in India who have loaned money, tons of money into this character, he's been ripping them off and he has no means of repaying them. And in fact, as you can see, the current status of this company, the NSL, only one module has been built, whereas the plan was for 15. And he's never produced a single wafer in his entire life. I can take over that fab. There is funding available. I can, from Bharat Electronics Limited, I can turn that fab around. I can repay these loans. I can take India into the semiconductor age in compound semiconductors. And supposedly the Gujarat government is reported to be actively interested in resuscitating that fab. That fab resides in Gandhinagar. So I'd be very, very grateful if anyone here, Sushmita ji and Pooja ji, I hope you can share my email address with people there. And if anyone can assist me in connecting with IDBI and IFCI, because they are the only two who can actually put that company into receivership and hand the reins over to me so that I can rebuild that fab. It's very hard to start a fab from zero. The man spent 12 years building it and produced nothing. And he imported his technology from Russia. He had a Russian scientist doing that because I declined to join him. And so these two industrial organizations, and the other is Mr. Modi himself. He is offering peanuts, as I said. He's only offering to, how shall I say, what is the term for it? To, what is that term? To fund or whatever. He's only willing to provide subsidies, not even money, but subsidies in the amount of 30% of the capital. And who's going to provide that capital? Certainly not Dr. Sethi. Dr. Sethi is a poor man, despite being educated and all that stuff, right? And this is the last slide on this, which is the potential partners from whom the technology needs to be transferred. And we need the government of India to negotiate with the Biden administration in the US to facilitate this technology transfer. With that, I'm done with this section of the presentation. I'm going to go to the next part, which is I'll just talk about 2 case studies. And how am I on time? I'm already over time, Sushmita? No, I'm not. I'm not over time because we started late. Right, Sushmita ji? We started late. So I think I will finish this up in 10 minutes. Is that all right? I assume it's all right. It takes silence to be... all right. So I call this a craft demonstration to illustrate to you how innovation actually happens in the valley. People talk about emulating the valley, right? Well, in addition to all these hard skills which I possess, you also need a bunch of soft skills. You need to know the big picture, the details. You need to understand the business, the customer. You need to understand yourself. You have to have humility. You have to learn all the time. You have to have immense technical competence. You have to know how to run operations. You have to inspire people. You have to manage crises. You have to be able to delegate. You have to mentor. There's my career path in pictograms. High school from the Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet, Hyderabad. Bits Pilani, undergrad, RPI, Rensselaer as it's called, Michigan, PhD. IBM Research, then Silicon Graphics, SGI, Texas Instruments, out to AMD, then Toshiba, Global Foundries, GE Digital for a bit, Synopsys, and now to Antar Dhani. So I won't bore you with the details of all this, but this is something about the kind of presentations and conferences that I've done even after joining the industry. And we are not encouraged to produce publications. We are encouraged to keep these as trade art, trade secrets. That's why you will not see actual working stuff published in papers. Our philosophy at AMD was, if it works, shut up and keep it as trade art. If it kind of sort of works, patent it and use it for competitive advantage. If it doesn't work, go publish it. So that's against the entire theme of research and academia, but that's the reality. This is just summarizing the research that I've done all the way from materials to devices to circuits and some of the accolades that I got. My point is not here to beat a trumpet, to toot a trumpet, but just to tell you that what it takes to be able to get to that level of expertise where I can, with confidence, say that I can lower those barriers and I can take India into this age, right? Otherwise, it's just an idle boast. What is the basis of that boast? This is all that basis of that boast. So I'll just slip through these slides very quickly. What all I did. Global Foundries, I'll talk about that case in a moment, synopsis. Now I'm funding myself by doing consultancy. And trust me, with COVID going on, it's brutal. So let's move to the case studies. So the first case that I'll talk about is actually a synopsis. These are all real world cases. These are not contrived research projects. Customer was Western Digital, our most important customer after Intel. Situation was getting escalated up to the corporate vice president of the division. He was getting reamed out every week by his corresponding peer, the senior vice president of WD, potentially up to $100 million at stake. It's real money. And so when these guys get pressure, they squeeze everybody underneath them. So my life became hell. I took on this program after it had already been botched. And delivery after delivery was botched. The statement of work was incorrectly scoped. They didn't even realize that this was actually developing line cards products and not a prototype. The IP itself had been inherited from Toshiba, purchased from Toshiba. It was not an in-house development, so we didn't have the intellectual property in home. We didn't have the knowledge. And we hadn't committed to hardware validation, so many things, right? So next slide. As I said, I was hurled into a maelstrom. There was no internal R&D engineering support because it was deemed to have very little ROI, return on investment, and the SOW I already mentioned, lack of technical expertise, pardon me, for FPGA design, and no technical lead appointed. So I had to step into those shoes. I was supposed to be a program manager, but I became a program manager, a design manager, an applications manager, a marketing lead, and a sales guy, all of them, to recoup all of this. And these are the actions that I took. So I figured out who, what, when, where, why. I met with all the personnel, figured out, because you start with people always. You don't start with technology. You always start with people. Technology is easy. People are hard. And then figuring out what actually was the root cause of all these problems, and then figuring out what needed to be done. So first, problem identification, problem solution, right? There was no timing closure. The initialization sequence wasn't working. System wasn't coming up in the lab. So I wound up leading a debug unwillingly. And before we went to the debug, multiple design reviews, going through timing reports, lab measurements, designing experiments. It's actually a science to design experiments nowadays. You go through multifactorial analysis to do that. And then you get to the root cause of the failed system boot up, and you have to intuitively resolve it. It is not a logical process. You do it logically, but even in the end, finding the actual root cause and then even more coming up with the actual solution is intuitive. Einstein finally admitted that actually. It is not linear thought. It is non-linear intuitive thought that gets you, that distinguishes you from the rest of the crowd. So those are all technical stuff. The PHY controller interoperability and the clock domain crossings at the interfaces. And the end result of 55 weeks is what I spent to get this project up and going. It had actually been scoped out for 3 weeks. They doubled it and said to the customer it will take 6 weeks. I wound up taking 55 weeks to deliver it. So 55 weeks later, just over a year, successful delivery of the project, multiple accolades. with the team, and it was the team in India, unfortunately, and this is not to badmouth India, but the team in India was awful in phase one. In phase two, phase one, they were responsible for all the screw-ups. But phase two, I identified an engineer in India, brilliant chap. He had actually been responsible for the porting of the technology from Toshiba to Synopsys. So he had the most understanding. He still screwed up several times, but then I guided him and pushed him and showed him the right path and how to do certain things. And together, he and I, and then another person in Portugal, it's always a team effort in industry. It's never a single brilliant man doing all these things, right? Those days are gone, long gone. So with teams from Portugal, from India, from myself in Mountain View, California, I'm in San Jose, Mountain View is the town next over. We enabled Western Digital to actually win the Huawei socket for a non-volatile memory interface in a cell phone. Huawei was the third largest manufacturer of cell phones in those days. I'm talking about the year 2018. And as a result, we won much more from Western Digital in the tens of millions of dollars, not hundreds of millions, but tens of millions. That was one case. I'll just blitz through this. This was another one that I did at TI, which is also a worldwide team. As you can see, the actions that I took, finding RTL in Wisconsin, 5 macros in Dallas, IO buffers and IO ring in Dallas, special cells out of India, a bunch of other things, including packaging, signal integrity, packaging integrity in the UK, ATE, automatic test equipment, that's what ATE stands for, characterization, platform development in Dallas. And I had to take on 3 roles there. I was the design lead, the technical lead, and the program manager, and the customer interface, the customer liaison. Managing customers is a very, very difficult art. They're breathing down your neck all the time. And this was a very, very critical design for us, because this was, Cisco was hinging upon this. Cisco insisted that all its vendors showed this interface working way out of the spec. It was actually, how much? 75% higher than the spec. So the spec was 622 megabits per second, and we were asked to produce 1 gigabit per second. No, it's 66% more, not 75%, 66% more. And we got it all done in a very short amount of time. 4 months for design, 2 months for fab and characterization and platform bring up. And we got preferred supplier status from TI, and that led to multiple $1 million wins from Cisco for TI. This is the last case study that I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to shut up. Situation at Global Foundries was, when I joined, Global Foundries sales were cratering. Global Foundries has always been regarded as an also-ran in the semiconductor fab world. I joined actually explicitly to help turn it around. The CEO actually sought me out for that. And we were losing design after design. As I mentioned, TSMC is the current market big kahuna, right? The market gorilla in semiconductor manufacturing. And next comes Samsung, and then UMC, and then comes GF now. And GF has come there only because billions of dollars have been poured into it out of Abu Dhabi. Otherwise, it would have been dead long ago. So the task that I was given was that I had actually been hired only to do the design services ecosystem. My management decided that I was the right man to go in and, parachute dive into the place and fix it. And so I did a root cause analysis, and my analysis was that first, the quality of the technology itself was broken, abysmal. Second, execution was broken. We used to, in order to take a technology to production, you go through different cycles of a process design kit. That's what a PDK stands for. And if you go through too many of these, that tells you that the process sucks. You have not fixed the bugs. And it goes on. And the customer is trying to produce chips and they won't work. So we had multiple. We never got to a real Rev 1.0 release of virtually any technology. But the third was that we did not have silicon proven IP. What I mean by IP is the macro blocks that go into a chip. Customers, when they buy from a pure play foundry like Global Foundries or TSMC or Samsung, they expect that you will be able to provide them these standards-based IPs like DDR or PCI Express or fiber channel or what have you, right? And they also expect that you will be able to guide them to people who have done design in those technologies. Well, GF was always behind the curve. Now, I knew that I couldn't do anything about A and B, which is the technology quality and the robustness of the technology. So I focused on what I could do, which is what to build out the design solutions business unit, which took IP and design services and brought customers into our portfolio. And you'll see that in a moment. The actions that I undertook were multiple, right? I created an IP council. It's a cross-functional team across product and segment marketing, sales, FAEs, field application engineers, technology development, and design enablement. I defined the analog and digital IP platform roadmaps across the verticals, markets, like industrial or compute connect storage or mobile, what have you. I figured out which customers were the right ones to go after and what they needed in the short term and long term. Short term in the semiconductor industry is about 2 years. Long term is about 5 years. Nobody goes beyond 5. 5 itself is ridiculous. You don't go to 5. You just stop at about 2 or 3. But you have to plan for 5. And so figuring out what those roadmaps were and then going and getting all that IP done. I acted as a design manager again, and then I took charge of all the pre-sales engagements going around complex IP and the differentiated design services. So I brought in design services like RF, radio frequency design, power management, automotive, IoT, industrial IoT, and as I mentioned, design and project management of the complex IP itself. So taking all that, the results, that's all that counts in my world, is results. So the results, leading all these efforts, I closed over $1 billion in worldwide sales revenues in about a year and a half. And the turnaround actually, I instituted only in the last 1 year or so. So in 1 year, a customer like Parrot Systems agreed to transfer their entire design portfolio from TSMC to us at Global Foundries. I led the build out of the IP platform collateral for various technology nodes, RF, and that's how I won the Parrot design. But then in addition, we had something called FDSOI, a very complex technology, but I had actually worked on something even more complex than that at AMD. So I was the right man to take charge of that. And then I built out and created all these partnerships and alliances and vendors and suppliers and all that. And then people who wanted to create disruptive IPs like PUFs. PUFs are physically unclonable functions for security applications. We'll talk about that later if we have time. But doing all that, the end result was that over $1 billion in that new business unit. And that is the end. Any questions? The floor is open. Pooja ji, Sushmita ji, you want to poll the audience, or we've already gone way above the time? I know. I apologize. Shall I close? I do welcome very much, please, if someone has these connections in the IDBI and IFCI and the government itself, I'd be extremely grateful, because Antar Dhani would be a boon to India. Really, you would get healthcare at rock bottom prices, in fact, virtually free, right? And we'd marshal the post office system into getting this. That's just a thought that I had, but I think it'll work, to take that technology out into the rural areas and get out of the COVID crisis. Women are subjected to these brutal mammograms. First of all, they're very painful, I'm told, and I've checked around. They put your breast between platens and they press it down, and then they use this low dose X-ray radiation, which actually induces these tumors and cancers, and then all sorts of things. As I said, there are at least 30 use cases. It will really it'll be a revolution, and all these toxic, notorious doctors and hospital administrators and all these people who are gouging the public. The medical profession is no longer a noble profession. I actually aspired to become a cardiovascular surgeon when I started out, when I was in my 10th grade. That's when I switched actually out to physics, because I love physics more. But I intended to become one. And then I realized that from my own family, these people were calling their clinics dukans, right? And when you call your clinic a dukan, that tells you right there how much you value what you're doing and how you're treating people. It's a profit center. And in the US, they openly say, if you have a complaint, go to the Better Business Bureau. Don't go to the medical board, go to the Better Business Bureau and make a complaint. So we do need to fix all this. So if anyone can please reach out to me, my email address, Sushmita ji and Pooja ji, please flash it on the screen and share it to people, socialize it. I'd be extremely grateful if you could do that for me. As I said, it will benefit the country immensely. Thank you. I think, namaste. I really appreciate it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm extremely grateful. And I apologize to the speakers after me whose time I've very insensitively swallowed. I really do apologize. But I think I had a pressing message to deliver. Thank you. The floor is yours, Pooja ji, Sushmita ji.
Thank you, sir, for delivering us. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. M. Muthukumaran, Professor and Head of Mechanical Department of Jansons Institute of Technology, to deliver a speech.
Thank you, Ma. ICSTEM-22, the international conference, will pave way to understand the latest technological and innovative advancements, especially in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So this conference will develop solutions to physical problems, questions about how things work and make things work better, and create ideas for doing things in new and different ways, the recent advanced fields. Also, it focused on the exploring the frontier themes in various domains as applied to multiple disciplines of engineering and technology. Researchers, academicians, and industrialists and my students will be benefited with the latest trends and developments for their innovative work also. The objective of this conference is to have the orientation of research and practice of professionals towards attaining global supremacy. Hopefully, this conference aims in improving research culture in the minds of faculty and students and researchers and exploring their knowledge level to next. Establishing better insights and maintaining dynamism in the teaching learning process and innovation part. So I wish to extend my grateful felicitations to the organizers, and I am extremely happy and delighted for hosting the international conference ICSTEM-22 today at our Jansons Institute of Technology. I thank our chairman, sir, vice chairman, sir, and our principal, sir, and IFERP team for the opportunity to conduct this wonderful, memorable event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark G. Lobby is Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer at NERC. Mr. Lobby joined NERC in January 2007 and has held a number of positions, including Vice President and Director of Standards and Vice President and Director of Reliability Assessments and Performance Analysis. In 2012, Mr. Lobby was elected to the North American Energy Standards Board and was appointed to the Department of Energy's Electric Advisory Committee by the Secretary of Energy from 2013 to 2017. From 1999 to 2007, Mr. Lobby was appointed as a member of the Board of Excellent Energy International Corporation Limited, an energy service company based in Thailand. He has been recognized for his achievements by many technical associations, including the 1992 IEEE Al-Rawajfeh Young Engineer of the Year Award. He was named a fellow by IEEE in November 2011 for leadership in the development and application of techniques for bulk power system reliability. And in 2014, Mr. Lobby was awarded the IEEE Power and Energy Society's Roy Billington Power System Reliability Award. In 2020, the National Academy of Engineering NAE elected Mr. Lobby as a member, citing his development and application of techniques for electric grid reliability analysis. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote, Mr. Mark Lobby, Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, to deliver keynote address.
Sorry to interfere this. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Due to some technical issue, Mark Lobby will be not available.
Oh, okay.
So we can proceed to the next keynote.
Okay, Abhinash. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Parameswaran, sir.
Sir,
Yes.
shall we continue to the next keynote
Yes,
speaker, sir?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Aiman Eid Al-Rawajfeh is Professor of Engineering of Chemical Engineering and former Dean of Academic Research and Graduate Studies at Tafila Technical University, TTU, and was a visitor at the University of Jordan between 2015 to 2016, Jordan. He is a JEA certified consultant of seawater desalination and environment. He received his PhD in thermal process technology from Martin Luther University of Halle-Wittenberg, Germany in 2004, which is the first MEDRC funded dissertation. He worked as a senior researcher at Jordan Atomic Energy Commission, JAEC, from 2012 to 2013. He was the director of the Energy and Oil Shale Research Center at Tafila Technical University, Jordan, from 2012 to 2012. He worked as a senior researcher at Dusan Water R&D Center, Dubai, UAE, from 2008 to 2009. He has co-authored 100 referred journal publications and 1 US patent and similar number of conferences, besides contributing chapters to a number of books. He serves as an associate editor of recent innovations in chemical engineering and member of the editorial board of Membrane Water Treatment, Arab Water World, and reviewer to many other journals and research proposal to international funding agencies. His efforts in research have been recognized with the 2019 Khalil Al-Salim Award, the 2009 Scopus Award, and 2003-2004 EDS Conference Students Award. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote, Professor Aiman Eid Al-Rawajfeh, full professor, Desalination and Chemical Industries, to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much. You are hearing me, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me today to deliver my speech to this great meeting. I welcome you all in this presentation of my work. The title of the presentation is Dual Pre-Treatment Concentration Hybrid Process of Desalination Plants Feed and Reject. After a short introduction, I will talk about some experimental work, and then I will talk about the results and discussions, and then I will close my presentation by conclusion and recommendations. As introduction, I will talk simply about the desalination, and most of you know the principle of desalination. It is a process that removes salts and minerals from salt water, seawater, and ocean water in order to produce fresh water, and this water should be suitable for human consumption or irrigation. Desalination is the promising non-traditional alternative to shrink the deficit in freshwater supply in the different community, especially in our region, which is very arid region. So the different techniques have been used to achieve desalination. There are distillation, such as multi-stage flash distillation and multiple effect distillation, adsorption based on chemical bonds such as ion exchange, and membrane process such as RO and electrodialysis, reverse osmosis and electrodialysis. The most frequent problems encountered in desalination and seawater desalination industry is, or there are many of them, but the most are scale formation, and the other one is brine discharge, or better to say mining. Mining the brine. The purpose and benefits of my research is scale prevention, scale formation and prevention, and CO2 release reduction, and safe discharge of the reject, or better, zero liquid discharge, or mining, brine mining. The experimental work has been done on seawater desalination from the Gulf of Aqaba, and this is the chemical analysis of the water. And in the right, you can see the calibration curves. These are only a sample of the calibration curves that can be used to analyze the seawater and then the any water we worked with. This is the setup that we are working on. Actually, we have what we called auto regeneration step. We use some aluminum silicate material to exchange the calcium and magnesium from water and exchange them with sodium, for example, or potassium. So this material is aluminum silicate. They are mainly silicate, and some of them exchanged by aluminum. So there is a difference in the charge between silicon and aluminum. So there will be a let us say overall charge change, and then we can use this change of the charge to exchange the different cations and anions from seawater. This is the characterization of the material by IR, FTIR spectroscopy, and X-ray XRD diffraction. The material is taken from Jordan. The principle of auto regeneration is a different approach that we published in one paper before, and also we try to file a patent, US patent. You know the traditional curve of breakthrough curve, that the ion exchange material reach the breakthrough after treating a certain volume of water or after a certain time. But we said, okay, why we do not go further after that? What will happen after that? So that we find an alternative process that the calcium and magnesium ions, they will come again outside of the solution and exchanged by sodium, for example, and the reverse. So we find that there is alternative, or let us sine wave process from high concentration of magnesium and then low concentration of magnesium and calcium. And this means that there is a step to pre-treat the seawater and remove calcium and magnesium, which gives the solution again sodium instead of. So if we can control the process and stop the, or let us say, pump the water that is treated in this step, for example, by reducing the hardness, for example, level, so that we can, let us say, split the water or the feed water into two streams. The first stream is rich of calcium and magnesium, and it can be, let us say, treated further by other methods, for example, by nanofiltration, for example. And the other stream is rich of sodium. The sodium-rich stream can be taken to the next desalination step, for example, like reverse osmosis or multi-stage flash distillation or multiple effect distillation. It depends if it is the process, if it is thermal or membrane. So we can pump the first stream, for example, which is rich of calcium and magnesium, for further treatment. It can be rejected, for example, or it can be treated by nanofiltration, for example. So this is the principle of what we call it auto regeneration. So we don't need to regenerate the ion exchange material. The stream itself, which is let us say rich of calcium and magnesium and sodium, it will regenerate the ion exchange automatically by different steps, like what we show in the right here. This is the real sample analysis. In the solid lines, we can see that, for example, sodium concentration, it will increase like this in a first cycle. So we have here a higher concentration of sodium, and on the other hand, we can have a lower concentration of calcium and magnesium. So in this cycle, for example, we have high sodium and lower calcium. This can be pumped, for example, and accumulated in storage tanks, or it can be taken directly for a desalination step, because sodium, it is easy to be desalinated or removed. We will get rid of the scale formation problem in this cycle. The other cycle, it will be, let us say, low in sodium concentration, but it will be high in magnesium and calcium. This step should be, or this cycle should be taken to a step further, like nanofiltration, for example. We tried with ultrasonication, so the efficiency of the process increased about 60% by using ultrasound. So this curve shows the behavior without ultrasonication, and after switching on the sonication device, there is a step, and this step may be about 60% of increasing the efficiency of removing calcium and magnesium from the solution. The pre-treatment and hybridization process. By the way, I will talk about this project. I did this project before about 5 years, and it is still going now. Before 1 month, nearly about 1 month, there was a conference in Saudi Arabia, and they are now using or investing about $400 million in such process for mining calcium and magnesium and bromide and other elements from the brine. So I use this pre-treatment and hybridization process by ion exchange material. This step is the auto regeneration step. It will split the feed into 2 streams, calcium magnesium rich stream. Yes? Is it clear? So the stream is split by this step, the auto regeneration step, into calcium and magnesium rich stream and for sodium rich stream. The calcium magnesium rich stream can be either recycled or can be taken to a nanofiltration step. So the reject of the nanofiltration will be very rich of calcium and magnesium, and it can be mined, for example. The other stream is sodium rich stream. It can be taken for desalination, thermal or membrane step. So the reject will be rich of sodium and potassium, and this reject can be used as a draw solution, for example, in a forward osmosis step, as will be shown after that. So what we can, how can we invest or use this brine from the desalination step, rich of sodium and potassium, and the other, the non-filtration reject, which is rich of calcium and magnesium. So there is another possibilities, for example, to use the product of the non-filtration and to mix it with the sodium-rich stream before RO step, for example. Here is the innovative methods. Here we have control. This control, which contains sensors for the calcium and magnesium detection. This sensor can give, let us say, signs for the pumps to take or to split the feed water into calcium and magnesium rich stream and to another stream which is rich of sodium stream. We applied for a US patent, and I hope that we can approve within a few weeks, for example. So this is the process. We achieved the auto-regeneration process by, for example, looping. Let us say, if we make or we take the feed stream by loops, for example, 5 different loops on the ion exchange, we can get the concentrated sodium rich stream. And after that, it will begin with the calcium magnesium rich stream. So 5 loops for getting an sodium, rich stream, and the other 5 loops to get the calcium magnesium rich streams. And here I am showing in this how the concentration of calcium and magnesium decrease with the different loop. For example, loop 1, loop 2, loop 3, the calcium and magnesium decrease. Here you can see that calcium concentration automatically and very rapidly reduced to 0. So the problem was with magnesium. Magnesium make the cycles longer because of some different interaction between magnesium and aluminum silicates. So it seems that calcium has better interaction affinity to this ion exchange material. To achieve the auto-regeneration, we can also use different strategy by staging. So if we can get different stages of the ion exchange step, about 5 stages, we can reach the same results by getting the sodium-rich stream. And after that, different 5 stages, it can be also used to concentrate the stream by calcium and magnesium. So the stream now is splitted into 2 rich streams, one rich of calcium and magnesium, and the other rich of sodium, so that can be taken to a desalination without harmful. For example, the sodium-rich stream has no problem with scale formation, for example. The aim of the final aim is to get the 0 liquid discharge or mining, brine mining. So in this case, we use the desalination reject, which is full or rich of sodium and calcium, sodium and potassium, as a draw solution in forward desalination step for further, let us say, treatment of the non-filtration reject, which is rich of calcium and magnesium, so we can get more water by the sodium or concentrated sodium potassium stream here, and it can be recycled again to the desalination as a feed for desalination process here. So finally, we can get a very concentrated calcium and magnesium concentrate that can be used for mining, or it can be achieved. The 0 liquid discharge can be achieved by this way, by, for example, drying this mixture easily by, for example, solar ponds or by other methods. This rich stream or this rich concentration of calcium and magnesium, and also there are other elements, it can be used in brine mining. For example, calcium and magnesium salts are available. Other sodium salts, for example, here we can get a high concentration of sodium. A bromine also can be mined from here, or can be gotten from here. It can be also, can use some selective recovery of potassium and lithium from this concentrate. We are talking, we are working now about different methods that can be used for selectively recovering the potassium and lithium. As you know, these materials are very, very important. For example, calcium is very important for as fertilizer, and lithium for lithium battery, for example. And solar ponds can be achieved, or can be used to achieve this process, or this purpose, sorry. The calcium and magnesium rich stream can be taken into nanofiltration step. So we investigated this step, for example, and we see how nanofiltration can be utilized to, let us say, pre-treat the feed of desalination, or to concentrate calcium and magnesium here, for example, for forward osmosis step. I am showing here on the right Skillman index, which is an index show the affinity of the brine, for example, to precipitate sulfate scale. At different temperature, here we are calculating this for multi-stage flash desalination process. So in the red, we can see the seawater of the Gulf, the Arabian Gulf. Here I calculated the pre-treatment of the Arabian Gulf, because I was in the United Arab Emirates in that time. So here we can see that the scale begins, or the sulfate scale begins about at 110, let us say 115. So this is why the multi-stage flash desalination process limited to this top of brine temperature. So if we can use the nanofiltration by different percentage, for example, to treat 20% of the feed, or 40%, 50%. So by increasing the percentage of feed that is pre-treated by nanofiltration, so we can see that the scale affinity, or scale probability decreases with increasing the temperature. So the scale, for example, for 100% nanofiltration treated stream, the temperature can be raised to about 160 without sulfate scale problem. So of course we can calculate the, techno-chemical calculation can show if the process is cost effective to treat 100%, or some people or some researchers suggested that let us say 50% can be, for example, enough to increase the temperature, to brine temperature of the multi-stage flash desalination to about 130 or 140 degrees centigrade. Now, some companies are working on this, for example, like Desalination, Doosan, as a global leader of desalination, thermal desalination processes. So they are trying to increase the temperature up to 130. So there are some issues related to this. The antiscalant should be improved to afford this increase in the temperature up to 130, for example. The nanofiltration step also was very beneficial by decreasing the CO2 release. As you know, CO2 release with increasing the temperature or evaporation of the seawater, bicarbonate decomposes and gives CO2 gas. So CO2 is a harmful gas. For example, it causes the corrosion, for example, in the pipes, and also it can, or it is a reason that heat transfer coefficient can be reduced by accumulation of CO2 in the pipes or in the steam pipes. So we find that nanofiltration is a useful process to decrease the CO2 release. You can see here, for example, the amount of CO2 released by, for example, the black one, the seawater, brine recirculation seawater MSF desalination plant. So, for example, these are the CO2 release in different stages of multi-stage desalination. In the first stage, we have about, let us say, 40 to 43 kilogram per hour. And with the stage, the CO2 release decreases because, as you know, the most amount of CO2 and all non-condensable gases like N2 and O2 released in the first step, and then it will decrease in the next steps to reach, let us say, about zero in the last stage. If we use, for example, 100% non-filtration pre-treatment of the desalination feed, so we can decrease the CO2 release from about 430, for example, to about 140 kilogram per hour. So this means about 65% reduction of CO2 release in multi-stage flash desalination. Finally, I would to conclude and my presentation and talk about some recommendations. An anion exchange unit can be used to pre-treat the desalination feed and split the stream into split the feed into two streams. The first one is sodium-rich stream, and the other one is calcium-magnesium-rich stream. This step we called auto-regeneration process. Auto-regeneration. So the sodium-rich stream is being pumped or can be pumped to a desalination unit, either thermal or membrane unit, while the calcium-magnesium-rich stream can be pumped into for recycling or for a nanofiltration step to further concentrate calcium or soften calcium and magnesium ions, and to serve as also as a sodium deaeration unit to reduce the amount of CO2 released in desalination units such as MSF, for example, as we show in this presentation. The auto-regeneration pre-treatment process is very cost-effective. Why? Because we split the stream into two streams. We can further treat one stream by desalination. So this means we pre-treat about 50% of the desalination feed by nanofiltration instead of treating the 100% feed, for example. We can reduce the use of antiscalants and anti-corrosion. Reduce the antiscalant and anti-corrosion materials or additives, for example. So it is cost-effective because of these reasons. The auto-regeneration process can be achieved by either looping or staging. So these are two different strategies to achieve the auto-regeneration process without using regeneration material, for example, like sodium salt or acids and acids and base. So it can be achieved by looping, as we show, and by staging. So, and five, a control unit can be used to manage the splitting of treated water to the target stream. So we need a control unit. It is depend on sensors. for calcium and magnesium and sensors for sodium to pump the stream, the sodium concentrate stream to let us say storage tanks, and the calcium and magnesium stream to other tanks or storage tanks for further pre-treatment and desalination. Ultrasonication process is increasing the efficiency of the process significantly. It's about, it increases the efficiency of about 60%, as we show. So finally, pilot plant and full cost analysis should be performed. So fund is needed actually for this step, because all these experiments were lab scale experiments, and now we need to build a pilot plant for full treatment of water, and then analyzing the results of the process for further desalination and safe desalination of seawater, and for better mining and zero liquid discharge of the reject. Thank you very much, and I am open for any question. I hope that the time is fit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I welcome you all to the technical session, which will be held at 12 p.m. Participants are requested to join the session on time in respective links from various departments. Technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of Civil and Mechanical. Thank you all.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, will we be directed towards, how will we be directed towards our respective technical sessions, ma'am? Ma'am, because I'm from section D, that is ECE and electrical. So how will I be directed towards my technical session, ma'am?
Yes, Azhar.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. So you can join by 12 o'clock, man. So they will announce, right? So by 12 o'clock, the
Yes.
second technical sessions will start.
Yes, sir. So do we have to join the same link?
Yeah, same link.
Okay,
you
sir.
can join, and you have a breakout room in the from the more option.
Sir.
So you have the tools, right?
Yes.
Yeah, at that time they will direct you. Please wait.
Thank you very much,
Then
sir.
rejoin by 12. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I repeat, the break time will be, kindly join the session at 12 o'clock. The technical session will be begin at 12 p.m. So kindly all the participants be on time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I meet now?
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritising our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organise conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organising international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASTEM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Hello. Hello. Sir, Arjun, sir. Arjun, sir.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Once again, I welcome you all to the technical session. Participants are requested to join in respective rooms provided in the agenda. Technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of Civil and Mechanical. Thank you.
Can I again repeat, Ma?
Once again, I repeat, technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C by the Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of Civil and Mechanical. Thank you all.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, how can we join the breakthrough rooms which you were mentioning?
let you know about that.
Okay, ma'am.
Wait for 2 minutes, let you know.
Sir, which room? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Azhar Hassan.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I'm from section technical section 1D, but
1D.
how to join that?
Yes, you can see the tools option, right?
Sir, just a second.
The bottom layer, you will have the tool options. That is audio, video, screen sharing, apps.
Sir, yes, I got the breakout rooms and 1D. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Got it.
Welcome to the technical session of IFERP. Conducted by the Department of Welcome to the technical session of Prof. Aiman, conducted by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. The jury of this session is Ms. Pravina, assistant professor in the Jansons Institute of Technology, Chennai. Currently pursuing PhD in the field of information and communication building from Antar Dhani University, Chennai. Her research area is focused on wireless networks. She has published 16 technical papers in referred journals, national and international conferences in the field of wireless sensor networks and security. She has received Best Paper awards in national and international conferences. She has worked in Infosys Sabbatical project work as a part of Campus Connect programming while working at Sri Ramakrishna Engineering College. She is a life member in the professional societies like ISTEM, IAENG, MIR Labs, etc. An active reviewer in various reputed journals. Start the session. Each team can have 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for query session. So we'll start the session with the first participant. So now I call upon Mr. O. Rastogi with his paper titled as Fake News Detection. So O. is available. I should call the next participant, Naga Venkata Srinj Karthik, with his paper titled as Image Analysis for Malaria Parasite or Uninfected Detection Using Assembly Techniques.
You can start the presentation, ma'am.
Yes, you can have your presentation.
Ashwin, can you share the presentation, please?
You share your screen and start your presentation, please.
Our screen, as our screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible.
Ashwin will continue the presentation.
Yeah, is my screen visible, Karthik?
Ashwin, can you start the presentation?
You can start your presentation, please. Your presentation is visible. Can you make it full screen?
Karthik, is my screen visible?
Yes, visible, Ashwin.
Okay. Good afternoon to respected dignitaries and panel members. We are a team from PVP Siddharth Institute of Technology, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, guided by Dr. S. Madhvi ma'am. We are here to present our presentation on image analysis for malaria parasite detection or uninfected detection using ensemble techniques. My team includes Karthik, myself, Dinesh, and Pawan. Abstract. The main study of our research is malaria parasite detection in blood simmer images. We have used deep learning models such as efficient B0 with snapshot ensemble techniques to extract relevant features from them. We have taken our data set from National Institute of Health, and our results include 97.36 accuracy in detecting malaria, and it has very less false predictions. Description. Malaria is a contagious disease that affects millions of lives every year. Malaria disease originated from Plasmodium parasites through mosquito-borne infection, and malaria is very common all over the world. And it almost causes around 4 million deaths every year. And the traditional method is a lengthy and time-consuming and prone to errors. Dataset. Our dataset is taken from National Institute of Health. It contains two major categories. One is parasitic and uninfected. Each category includes 13,779 images. And we have scaled our images to the size of 135 cross 135 to improve the faster learning and to overcome the compute drawback. And deep learning requires significant amount of data for training. So we have used data augmentation techniques to increase the volume of our data. And our training and our data set is split into 75% for training and 15% for testing and 10% for validation. And these are the images for uninfected and parasited. And design methodology. In our design methodology mainly includes three things. One is efficient B0 model, and the technique is a snapshot ensemble. And one more thing is the cosine enlining technique, which is the main part of our research. And from here, it will be continued by my friend Karthik.
Thank you, Ashwin. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Snapshot ensemble technique generates consecutive model snapshots from the same model. That means we try for every 10 approaches, we'll be achieving the local minima. When we achieve the local minima, we save the model weights and biases, and we will save the sort. So for every 10 approaches, we'll be achieving a local minima, and you can see the model when we reach the local minima, the learning rate is increased to a larger value, and the training is restarted. Can you move to next slide? So how we can achieve the local minimum for every 10 approaches? That will be taken by the cosine aligning formula, as you can see here. So for every 10 approaches, we'll be achieving the local minima. The cosine aligning formula will take care of this. Can you move to next slide? Next slide. So we'll be having 5 models in our case, and for every model, for every image, each model will make the predictions. All the model predictions for that image will be taken, and the final prediction will be made. As you can see, the formula for the average here. Can you move to next slide? These are the results we achieved for our project. We achieved an FN score of 97.35, an MCC of 94.73, precision 98.00, recall 96.72, accuracy 97.36, AUC under ROC 97.37, AUC under PR 98.18, and we have less false predictions, as you can see from the confusion matrix. Can you move to next slide? So the conclusion is that the ensemble learning implemented a relatively new approach of snapshot, where multiple snapshots of the model recording during the training phase. Every snapshot is different from other, as they tend to converge at different local minima points, recording unique set of weights and bias. This method also the least number of false predictions, meaning generalizes well on unseen data and proves to a great model in developing better clinical solutions for malaria disease. Also, the fact that we get ensemble the model by training one model not only removes the need for accuracy, but also save the valuable amount of time required to train multiple large models to combine and create examples. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Sir, from where you have collected the data set, sir? From where you have collected the data set, sir? It is freely available, or you have collected from somewhere?
From National Institute of Health data set.
It is freely available, sir, or
I couldn't get you. Could you please repeat it?
Is the data set is freely available, sir?
Yes, sir. It's freely. Yes, ma'am. It's freely available.
Okay, sir. Any other models available for this method, sir? Ensemble technique, I have used that method. Any other model is available, sir? in the existing system.
Can you repeat it again? I can't get you, ma'am. Can you repeat it again?
Is there any other existing methodology available for this problem, sir?
Yes, ma'am. In one base paper is explained as that they have used a customized CNN model with CLR techniques, ma'am. But that given less accuracy as our study, ma'am. So we have tried to achieve ensemble techniques, which one model fails to convert the different levels at particular levels. So one model drawbacks will be taken as advantage by other drawbacks. So all the model predictions will be taken average, ma'am.
Okay, sir. But the result is improved, sir. The pure model.
Yes, result is improved, madam. Result was improved when compared to the previous papers.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mamini Agavankar. Next,
Ma'am?
now, sorry.
Oh, so we are completed now.
Now I call upon Miss Paritela Anjali Devi with her paper titled as Combination Features of Sectionality Measurements on GCN plus ML Classification of Adversarial Attacks in Homogeneous Graphs.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start your presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can see my screen and I'm audible, right? Good afternoon, everyone. The title of the paper is Combinational Features with Centrality Measurements on GCN plus LR Classification of Adversarial Attacks in Homogeneous Graphs. Myself, Anjani, and my other co-authors are Likita, Akshita, and Pawan, and my guide is Pratibha Mol CP. Here, we'll see about adversarial attacks. Adversarial attacks occur when machine learning algorithms are misled into producing incorrect predictions by changing the input significantly. In machine learning, adversarial attacks have become a popular topic of study. One of the most concerning characteristics of adversarial attack is targeted manipulation. That is, attack samples can be created in such a way that the model is manipulated to produce the precise wrong class that the adversary intended. Instead of just destroying the system, this opens up the prospect of severely manipulating it to one's advantage. In order to analyze attack generation processes, they may be divided into two categories: targeted versus untargeted, and black box versus white box. Here, we have used targeted attack. Now we'll see the abstract. Nowadays, many types of research are going on deep learning models. Deep learning operates on both structured and unstructured data. Deep learning applicants include many applications like virtual assistants, money laundering, facial recognition. One such application is that the use of this model is adversarial attacks on graph structured data. Adversarial attacks are those that change the initial structure of the graph and provide an imprecise result when fed to the deep learning model. The primary goal is to warn society that even if a deep learning model achieves 99% accuracy, it is vulnerable to attack. The main aim of this paper and this project is to give a warning to society that the deep learning model is not so secure. Now we'll see the overall model of a project, how we have implemented through the block diagram. First of all, we have taken a data set, which is a Cora data set. It comprises of machine learning papers, and the total number of papers in this data set is 2708. We have done the pre-processing and converted the data set to graph structured data. Before attack, the data set has been passed to node classification, which we have used GCN and LR classification to acquire accuracy. So before attack, we got an accuracy that is 82.45. So here are the steps that we'll see for attacking. First, we have taken a target node, and then we have taken a targeted node that is randomly we have took. So for that target node, we'll find the we'll find the adjacency nodes that are corresponding to the target node. By finding the adjacency nodes, we'll find eigenvector centrality. Here we'll use centrality measures, that is eigenvector centrality. There are other centrality measures like degree centrality, closeness, and betweenness. But here we use eigenvector centrality because that if we get most influenced node and we remove that respected edge and do GCN classification, we'll get a huge difference of accuracy, such that we can say that the attack has been happened. So eigenvector centrality is a measure of a node impact on a network in graph theory. It informs you which node is more influenced to a specific node. So we'll find the eigenvector centrality to all the neighbors to the target node. From this eigenvector centralities which we have acquired, we'll find the highest node which got eigenvector centrality highest. From that, we'll take the corresponding target node and highest eigenvector centrality node. We'll remove that edge, which will get a perturbated graph after removing the edge. This new perturbated graph will be performed using node classification, that is GCN and LR classification. Further, we'll get a result that is less accuracy we got, that is 79.95. Before we got 82.45, such that we can say that here adversarial attack has happened, and we can say that the model which we used here brought the change in original data and made wrong prediction. We can conclude from this project is that a design with GCN plus LR would effectively prove that the threat on deep learning would result adversely implicate the accuracy of proposed design implemented. Hence, a collective and collaborative model with improved features of nodes with data featuring using probabilistic approaches is preferred. Also, the defense algorithms with the formulations on the design have to be implicated for effective analysis of the type of design features and its implementation in real-time scenarios. This is our index appendix, which helps in providing a more comprehensive understanding of the research program. Thank you.
Have you completed the implementation?
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am, we have completed our implementation.
Okay, ma'am. How many data have you checked, ma'am?
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Ma'am, with how many nodes have you verified the results, ma'am?
I didn't get you.
How many nodes or data set have you verified the result, ma'am?
Yeah, we have taken 30 and 70%. So we have trained our data 70% of the data, and we trained and we tested 30% of the data using 70% of the data trained.
Okay. I think you have used Cora data set, ma'am.
Yeah, this is the Cora data set which we have taken.
Okay, ma'am. Any other algorithms are available, ma'am, for finding accuracy?
We used only these algorithms to find the accuracy, logistic, and GCN. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay Sethi, for your presentation. Now I would like to call Mr. Shamal Kumar Jha, the title as Deep Learning Based Gender Estimation from Face Images using PCA and LBT.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Can I share my screen?
Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. You can
Yes.
start your presentation.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am thankful to ICSTEM and IFERP for giving me this opportunity to present my research work in this conference. My name is Shamal. I am the author of this research paper, and my co-author's name is Anil Mahato. And the research topic is deep learning based gender estimation from face images using PCA and LB. The abstract, you can see that as we know, human gender detection, which is a part of face recognition, and it has received many extensive attention because it has different kind of applications. In the previous research works on gender detections have been accomplished based on different body statics features like face, eyebrows, hand shape, nails, fingers, etc. So in this research paper, we have presented gender estimation using CNN. The model is DenseNet 1-to-1 using human face images. As we know that CNN has been recognized as the best in the field of image classification. So to achieve this objective, first we have used in this research paper the data set that is the IMDb wiki data set, the biggest public data set of the photograph, in which gender and age has been labeled. In this research paper, we present a deep learning approach for age estimation from face images without the usage of facial landmark. For photo categorization purpose, all objectives are addressed utilizing PCA and LBP, in which employing DenseNet 1-to-1 architecture on CNN, and CNN is pre-trained on the ImageNet. In this diagram, here we can see that this is our recognition system structure diagram, and in this diagram we can see this is the database and this is the model. We train this model with the help of CNN algorithm. After train this model, we import this model into a chip, that is the NVIDIA 1081T1T chip, in which a live camera will be attached. And this camera will take a photograph of a person, and after classification, the result will be generated either gender male or female. In the right portion of the slide, we can see that how this model will work. First, input will taken from the camera, live camera, and perform EDA, that is the exploratory data analysis. After performing EDA, preprocessing and data augmentation will be done, and then PCA and LBP perform. After PCA and LBP, feature extraction will be carried out, in which different type of features of a person face can be extracted, like nose, eyebrows, eyes, face, etc. After extracting the features, that model will be trained, that is the DenseNet 1-to-1. And after training the model, the validation will be performed. After the result of the validation will be in the form of classification. Here, there is a table in the slide. We can see the performance matrices. In this slide, there is the first table number 1, in which we taken two models, that is DenseNet 1-to-1 and VGG16. And we compare the accuracy, precision, recall, and F-score values of these two models. First one, we can see in the table 1 that DenseNet 1-to-1 has the accuracy of 95%, whereas VGG16 has 89% approximately. And the precision of the DenseNet 1-to-1 is about 94%, and the precision of VGG16 is about 87%. And similarly, the recall value of the DenseNet 1-to-1 is about 96%, and the VGG16 has 90%. And the F-score value here we can notice that that is the 93% for DenseNet 1-to-1, and VGG16 it has 91%. So in this performance matrix, we can definitely say that the DenseNet 1-to-1 has better performance as compared to VGG16, because the DenseNet 1-to-1 accuracy, which gave an accuracy about 95%. In the table 2, here we can see that as we for the implementation purpose, we have used different activation functions to measure or to test the given model, that is DenseNet 1-to-1. And here we can see that the three different activation functions, namely sigmoid, softmax, and ReLU. And there is three different data sets. First one is Kaggle dataset, second one is Nottingham, and third one is IMDb wiki dataset. Here we can see that different accuracy during the training and testing phase of the following activation functions, such as sigmoid activating function during the training accuracy, it has 98%, where the testing time is 95%. Similarly, Nottingham database, we can see 90% and 90%. Same case here, IMDb, which is the database we have taken in this research paper, that gives a 98.2% in the case of sigmoid. And on the time of testing, it gives the accuracy about 90.1%. In the case of softmax activation function, it gives 97 and 89. And in the case of ReLU activation, that is ReLU is the rectified linear unit, which gives 80% and 70%. So in this different kind of activation functions is used in this table to check the performance, accuracy performance of our model. In this diagram, this is the plotted graph, and there is a two plot graph. First one is the model accuracy graph. In this graph, we can see that as the number of epochs is increases, the accuracy of the model become more consistent. In this, there is two lines, a blue color line and a orange color line. In the orange color line, it is the test. It represents test accuracy, and the blue color line represents the train accuracy. So we can see that as the number of epochs is increases, the accuracy of the model become more consistent. Similarly, we can see that the model has some loss. So here we can say that on the basis of this plotted graph, that the loss of the data during training phase and testing phase has different. As at the initially, it has more loss of the data, but as the number of epoch is increases, the loss of the training data and test data become less. So here we can see that the number of epoch as we increases, the consistency of the accuracy and loss of the model become lesser. So last to the conclusion that as we know that there are so many approaches have been used in the previous research to solve the difficulties of gender and age categorizing. Several studies have concentrated on limited photos taken in the lab conditions. So in this practice, judgment in complex circumstances in the actual world is required. In a realistic complex scenario, the gender and age classification system that relies on DenseNet 1-to-1 is about 95% accurate. So the standard kernel pertaining approach based on domain adaptation and incremental training improve the precision and performance of age and gender classification according to experimental data. Here we used in this paper that multi-GPU. There are 4 GPU in this paper. So we can say that multi-GPU or GPU-based model can train a model quicker than a processor-based model. So which might account for increasing speed, overall speed of the performance. So the system aggregated by time of life DenseNet 1-to-1 with a gender classified DenseNet 1-to-1 shown a beneficial effect on categorization and real-time reaction via real-time video recording in this paper. So thank you so much to give me this chance to present myself. Am I audible, Melvin?
Yes, sir. Sir, how many images you have used for the training, sir?
How many images?
You have used for training the data set, sir?
Ma'am, I have used 5,23,000 of data, in which IMDb has 4,60,000 about data, and Wikipedia has face photograph data like about 62,000.
Okay, sir. What are the features you have extracted, sir?
Features?
Features from the facial images.
Ma'am, features, we can improve the accuracy and performance of the model. So on the basis of, as the data size will be increased, the performance of the model will also be increased.
Okay, sir. How will you validate the results, sir?
I can't understand, ma'am. Please repeat.
Sir, how will you validate the results, sir? For validation, any algorithm you have used, sir?
Okay. Ma'am, in this paper, I have used CNN model to to validate the result.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can I?
Thank you, Mr. Shamal Kumar, for your presentation. Now we will move to the next presentation. I will call upon Mr. Makineni Surya Page with his paper titled as Handwritten Text Recognition Using CRNN and CTC ROS.
Yes, ma'am, I will be presenting the screen.
If you can share your screen and you can present, you start your presentation, please.
Please tell them. Ma'am, it shows you cannot start screen share while other participant is sharing.
Like the previous participant have to close. Okay, now it's closed. Now you can share, Surya.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to the panel members. Myself Spandana and my teammate Suryatish are going to present this presentation. And here our title goes Handwritten Text Recognition Using CRNN and CTC Laws. We have worked under the team guidance of Dr. S. Madhavi ma'am, and we are from Prasad V. Potluri Siddhartha Institute of Technology from CSE Department, Vijayawada. Yes, our project abstract is during text recognition, we process the input picture, extract relevant features, and a model is created teaching the system to recognize the text. Our project is simply to recognize the handwritten text. So for this, we are going to input the image, and then later we train the system and we give the output of the nearly evaluated handwriting of the picture. Yes, the program turns a picture of a handwritten picture into digital text. Yes. Next, description. Here, handwritten text is the capacity of a computer to accept and understand comprehensible handwriting input from sources such as paper, documents, pictures, touch displays, and other devices. So for as a humans, we know how we recognize the which alphabet or which letter, but for system it knows only binary language. So for that purpose we need to train the system. So human strongest talents and are their ability to recognize any item or identity. So the machine is unable to recognize the manual transcription. So we are going to train the system using the data set called IAM dataset. So this handwriting database contains forms of different English text which can be used to train, and this will be tested using handwritten text recognizers and to perform writer identification and verification experiments as you seen on the screen. Yes, later my friend Surya will going to continue this presentation.
Yes, our entire methodology consists of the 7 steps. The first one is the data collection. Here we collect our data from the GitHub, which is the IAM dataset only. The next step is the imports. We import our necessary libraries such as NumPy, Pandas, and other. Also, we split our data here only in the ratio of 90:5:5, which is the training ratio to the validation to the testing. The next step is our data manipulation. Here we manipulate our data at the character level using a Keras library called the string lookup, and also separate our image parts and the image words. The next is the step 4, which is the data objects and visualization. Here until now, the parts and the labels are separate. So we are going to combine the both and create a dataset using the TensorFlow objects. The next step is our model. Here in our model, we have the two CNN layers, and the output of the CNN layer will be performed with 3 operations: reshape, drench, and dropout. And the next, it will be given as an input to the RNN layers. Here, the RNN layers also will be continued with 2 layers. And finally, the output of the RNN is given to the CTC layer. Yes, coming to the step 6, here we train our model, and we are using the evaluation metric, the edit distance. And finally, that step 7, we will be testing our model. When we test our model with sample images, these are the results. As you can see, it was able to predict the letter and the string dot also, the comma, green, and other one. Yes, this is our model loss graph. Next is the conclusion. So in terms of recognition, this technique will offer both efficient and effective results. The model is also able to predict the images more accurately compared to other models. So this project can be further extended by introducing the recognition of sentences, paragraphs, etc., and also by increasing the number of epochs or by using various other suitable models. Thank you.
Sir, any existing algorithm available, sir, for recognizing the text?
Existing algorithm means for our base paper, what we have taken our base paper, they are using CNN of 5 layers, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Can they recognize case sensitive, sir, uppercase and lowercase?
Can you
Yes.
repeat the question, ma'am?
So can the system is able to recognize the characters in uppercase and lowercase, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Here, as you can see, the second image from the top, it is written here. It is able to detect the H as capital, ma'am.
How far is the accuracy, sir?
No, ma'am. We haven't found the accuracy, but we are evaluating as per the model loss, ma'am.
How many hidden layers enter this, sir?
How many?
Hidden layers. So let me use CNN method, sir.
How many CNN layers, ma'am?
Hidden layers. There will be one input layer and output layer, and
how many hidden layers? Hidden layers. Madam was asking you how many hidden layers.
How hidden layers are?
Actually, they had a different kind of thing, madam. This RNN layer technology they were using. So.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Suryatej, for your presentation. Now I call upon Mr. Nandagopal Krishnan R, with his paper titled as Smart Sustainable Agriculture Solution Using IoT and AI Towards Effective Cultivation.
Hello, am I audible?
Sir, you're audible.
Yeah, okay. So as my title goes, Smart Sustainable Agriculture Solution Using IoT and AI Towards Effective Cultivation. So my mentor is Dr. Velayudham, and my teams are myself, Nandagopala Krishnan, Divya A, and Darshini P. So as you all have heard, Smart Sustainable Agriculture Solution using IoT. So nowadays, all the people, farmers and all are going for advanced farming technologies using IoTs, AIs and all. So like, if we think in another way, what happens to the people who are going for terrace farming, the people who are going for house farming? So for our project, we have taken the IoT system and the AI. We are not going to concentrate on the farmers. We are going to concentrate on the small house terracing and house cultivating people. So we are focusing on them. So our device is going to get the output in the way like we are going to give them the humidity, temperature, and the way their plants are going to get cultivated in a good way. So as we can see the description, nowadays a lot of people are showing interest in terrace gardening, but face a struggle. This is since they don't know what's actually how the plants are growing. So we are going to help them by giving them temperature, moisture, and different sensors using our kit, and we are going to show them in their phones using by connecting them using their phones using Wi-Fi's, and we are going to give them a solution where they can look into the crop, what are the humidity, what are the moisture which the plant is growing, and we are implementing a camera so that they can see the daily growth, and we are using a LED sensors which will be telling them that okay, the crop is going perfectly or not, or if the plant is getting diseased, they are going to get an red alert that your plant is having some trouble and you have to check on it. So there are two, like we are using hardware and software. So the hardwares are the Arduinos which we are using, and for the softwares we are using embedded C, and in hardware we have different sensors like soil sensors, color sensors, temperature sensor, humidity sensors. As we can see, soil moisture sensors, color sensors, temperature sensors, humidity sensor. And this is the Arduino which we are using to connect the phone using Wi-Fi, like ESP8226 Wi-Fi, which has an inbuilt compatible Arduino through which the person can connect his phone and he can see the output. Next. Okay, so we are keeping a camera for the daily basis. Like he can have a thorough look how his plant is growing. He can't go and check daily, so he can sit in his room and he can check if his plant is growing perfectly or not. The module, as we can see, the block diagram, LED light, LCD light, soil moisture, ESP32 camera, IoT, color sensors, and camera. So when the person get for the next slide, we have the outcome. So this is our device which we are going to give the particular user, and he can connect his phone and he'll be getting, there is an app. He can get the output in a way that he can check the humidity, temperature, and all. And if if the moisture level gets low, he'll be getting an alert message that okay, your moisture level is low and you have to pour some water. There'll be a light which is installed in the device which will be telling him that the plant is growing in a good way, and if it's red, the plant is in danger, and he can go and have a thorough look for his plant. So the conclusion as we go. So as we know, all of them are going for an healthy lifestyle, and people are aware that food is more essential, and farming is getting more highlighted in the future, like now. So that's why we are building a device that's going to be focusing on the terrace farming, like people are cultivating nowadays in the home. So we are focusing on that. So for them, we are giving a conclusion that we are giving a device which will be having a good idea about what they are growing, how they are growing, and an idea how it's going to get benefited in the future. And for the future, like if we go further in the future, most of the houses are going to be building IoT devices in their house to connect different devices, TV and all. So our device can be also connected through IoT if they are building IoT in their houses, and we can like with our voice we can activate the device, and we can we can work, and this way we are going to go for an advanced farming system in the home. So that's it. Thank you.
What's a new method you have used then?
Like ma'am, for now we haven't used AI system. Like the reference paper we have used, they are going for AI IoT for the huge cultivation, ma'am. So the farmers have a huge plot and huge amount of land to cultivate, right? So for them they are using IoT and AI in the field, but we can't go for AI and IoT in the house. So if in the future where people are going to install IoTs in their home, then we can implement AI, and we can store our daily basis records, and we can analyze how the plant is growing day by day. And if there is any problem, automatically there'll be a alert message to him without like if he is not able to cross check the plant daily, so the AI will be helping him to cross check and giving him an alert message in the future. For nowadays, the people are just going for simple farming methods, right? They are growing 2 to 3 plants. For that, we can't go for IoT and AI devices at the present. So we have devised. So the module which we have cultivated is going to connect to the phone. So as in the future, we can modify our device into an IoT and AI module.
Which algorithm you will be preferring?
Algorithm.
Have you chosen any specific algorithm?
Like we have mostly referred from the existing system, right? So we haven't gone through, like there is an existing system which we have always, like we have gone through, and from there we have taken part. There are different references, existing systems, so we have taken parts from them on. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Namagopal Krishnan, for your presentation. Now I call upon Giri Pragadish with his paper titled as Smart Solar Energy Management System based on the weather data using IoT.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. This is Niveta. I'm here with my team, Giri Pragadish, Mukesh Kumar, and Darnias. Our project is Smart Solar Energy Management System based on weather data using IoT. Solar power. Everyone are aware of solar energy, which is one of the fastest growing means of renewable energy. This paper is designed and implemented with the help of Internet of Things that efficiently manage the solar power based on weather data. Here, we are going to collect the weather data and store it in a cloud storage. With the use of ESP8266 node MCU to monitor and manage IoT weather data and the power management of the solar system. The Arduino UNO is used to promote the use of solar power, which helps in the household level management of energy. It helps to reduce the electricity charges. Next slide. In the existing system, they have used MPPT, that is maximum power point tracker, and PWM, pulse width modulation. We have used weather data instead of those. The main drawback of existing system is because the use of MPPT and PWU irrespective of weather data, so the cost may high. We have reduced these two controllers and we have used weather data. The main proposed work is in this proposed work, monitor of current and voltage or sensed by Arduino, and here the monitor of the solar energy system shows the power and energy usage. The system helps to implement in smart grid and efficient. The data can be utilized as an data logger to continuously monitor the status of the system as well as the load forecasting. The cost of the proposed solar energy management system is very commercial. That's all. Next slide will be explained by Giri Pragadish.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So as she said, we are doing something with solar panel, and we have enlisted our requirements such as hardware and software in two ranges. The hardware requirements are ESP8266 Wi-Fi module, Arduino, temperature sensor, irradiance sensor, current sensor, voltage sensor, zonal panel, so that we can get the energy, and the battery to store that energy, and the display unit. So we are writing the code using embedded C language, which will be our software requirement. And now I'm going to say that how our system works. Actually, our system is based on a host network and embedded system that forms the core of an IoT system. This consists of a current sensor, voltage sensor, voltage regulator, and a cloud setup. This current sensor is used to define the amount of current that has been supplied using the sonar panel by observing the energy from the sunlight, and the voltage sensor to detect the voltage, and the voltage regulator will be helping to give the will be helpful for giving the proper current, that is by not allowing those fluctuations to occur so that the kit may not be get damaged. And I'll be using a microcontroller processor so that the intermediate outputs and result modules can be easily viewed and can be stored in the cloud respectively. And I'll be using an ESP8266 module where I'll be connecting the solar panels through a cloud network. In this cloud network, I'll be using a ThinkSpeak server so that whatever the data that is processed by the solar panel will be saved at that cloud by using Arduino, where the ESP8266 module will be helping those data to transfer from the cloud to the Arduino to the cloud. And Arduino becomes the microcontroller for all the sensor values. Current sensor and voltage meter are again connected with the Arduino so that it is used to process the data that has been observed by the solar panel. And then ESP8266 module will be working as a server so that it will be sending all those data collected from the Arduino, which is the current value and the voltage value, to the ThinkSpeak server, and it will be storing in the cloud. So that while storing in the cloud, we can be easily evaluating the data that this much amount of data is required. Means sometimes there may be a partial sunlight, and or sometimes there may be enough sunlight for protection of current. So this can be analyzed using these types of sensors and by using cloud storage. Then this is our block diagram. So in the block diagram, I will be having an Arduino Uno, and then it will be connected through an IoT, where then I will be connecting with the solar panel and the DST11 sensor, which comprises of ESP2286 modules, and then an LCD, so that we can see the display of, so that it displays the values of current and voltage that has been observed. The module description will be done by the RNS.
Module description. Arduino UNO. The Arduino UNO is the main heart of our system. Then the Arduino UNO collects the temperature and irradiance data from the solar panel and sends it to the ThinkSpeak server through Node MCU. The UNO controls the relay based on the algorithm, which is to provide the uninterrupted power supply to the load. This picture shows the hardware development board of the Arduino UNO. The main functions of the UNO are collect the sensor value and the power calculation. Then it controls the relay operation and send the obtained values to the node MCU using a serial communication. Next slide. Second module is the ESP8266 module node MCU. The ESP8266 node MCU is an inbuilt microprocessor development board with an ESP12 module. In this proposed work, the main purpose of the ESP8266 is to collect the data from the UNO and upload it to the ThinkSpeak server. The node MCU communicates with the UNO via the serial communication using the Arduino library. Next. The main module is the solar panel. The solar panel have the wide variety of application that includes electric power generation using solar panel fabricated for that purpose, solar cooking, solar water heating and satellites, etc. Solar power generates energy when the sun's radiation falls on them. The energy generation is based on the principles of the photovoltaic effect. It means that when a photon from the sun's radiation strikes the surface of the solar panel, it will energize the boron, which then releases the electron, and the silicon or the phosphorus, which has the electron deficient outer orbit, will absorb the electron, thereby producing the electric current. Next, the conclusion is given by Giri Pragadesh.
As I said, this system will be keep tracking of the solar power that has been observed. Means I will be tracking the solar panel and then I will be saving the cloud. When if suppose the solar light is dim, means the sun is not partially available and it's during a rain, then I will be having a backup battery where the solar power will be saving the energy in it. So the system can be monitored simultaneously. If the light is dim, then the current from the battery is used, or else the current from the solar panel is used. So this is possible to detect any fault occurred in the solar plant, because when there's no means if there's no sunlight, there's a remedy measure in this too. So this is what we have done. And these are the reference that we have undergone. Thank you.
Where the data will be stored?
Ma'am, in the cloud, ma'am, using ThinkSpeak server, we will be storing it, ma'am.
What are the features you are collecting?
Ma'am, it will be the current value that will be produced by the solar panel, ma'am, and then the voltage value, ma'am. And we will be also implementing irradiance sensor so that we can measure the amount of radiation that has been absorbed by the solar panel that has emitted from the sun, ma'am.
If the sun is not available now, you are using battery power.
Yes, ma'am. We will be charging the battery simultaneously. When the solar panel absorbs the power, it will be used for appliances, and it will be also used to charge, ma'am. When the sunlight fails or it dims, so then the battery will be switching to battery, ma'am.
Okay, have you completed the work?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Giri.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Giri Pragadesh team, for your presentation. Now I call upon Mr. Gautam, which is paper title of IoT-based manual detection and monitoring system.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Myself, Gautam PK, and my teammates are Jeevita Brinda, Jayasubha, and Jignesh Yam. And our guide is Ms. Pavitra Yam. Our project is IoT-based manhole detection and monitoring system. This project is mainly based on manhole problems which occurs in our country, and we faces lots of issues during the rainy seasons and traffics. Next slide. In the modern society, the manhole cover is still not given answers for the problems we face. During the rainy seasons, the water may be getting extracted from the drainage, and it may cause traffic jams or causes accidents. And when a person is getting inside of the manhole drainage system, is being attacked by the toxic gases, or sometimes toxic water may be coming out. With that in mind, we have been done this project with the help of some equipments. We have proposed this by sensoring with the cameras and gas sensor and water level, and so the existing system. Where the existing system does not provide every model. Like they are not monitoring the exact location of where it was located, and it isn't through the water level or gas level and toxicity of the water. So we have been implemented every possible way of water level detection and camera monitoring systems, and how much, if it is exceeding some point of level in the gas level, it will be notified to the government officials. And if the camera, we locate a person is getting stuck inside for cleaning purpose, it will be notified to the government officials. In the block diagram, we will be seeing the LCD, IoT, and GPS. GPS is used for locating the at the exact point where the manhole cap is located, because sometimes the manhole cap will be mislocated somewhere else. It will be still so that GPS is used for locating the exact point. And next slide. Next slide. Gas level sensor. Gas sensor is used for toxic gases may be leaked inside of the drainage system. Sometimes at a normal gas will be of below 50%. It will be, and when it is above 50% of the gas temperature or something, it will be like toxicity. The gas toxicity of the gas will be high, and it may be affecting the humans' skin, or sometimes it may cause severe diseases. So gas level sensor is used for detecting the level of gases, and it will be monitoring to the government officials if it is exceeding the 50%. Next. LCD displays are used for lively monitoring what are the things happening inside of the cap. And next. ESP32 camera is used for monitoring what are the things happening inside. When a person is getting inside, sometimes with his fault, he may be doing the water may be leaked, and the toxic gases will be. So we can monitor if the person is issuing some injuries inside of the drainage. We can clearly see where it may be and what are the things happening here. So we can help out quickly. Next. Next slide. Water level sensors, or if the water is coming up to the above 50% of what is fixed, it will be notifying to the government officials, because when it is reached above the level, it may be coming outside of the land, and the accidents may occur, and many skin diseases may occur by traveling through it. Next. temperature and humidity sensors. By this sensor, we are monitoring the temperature and humidity all inside the drainage. It is low cost. It is so affordable, and with this we can be monitoring the temperature level and humidity level of the inside the drainage. Next screen. ESP8266 module is mainly used for connecting the objects, everything, and with the help of that, we will be Wi-Fi module. We will be connecting every process around. Next. By concluding it, we have done this project using the Internet of Things IoT technology. This is mainly based on the 3 cases, which we have said earlier. By when a person is getting inside, the gases leakage, the water leakage, and monitoring in the camera. So this project is mainly based on the accidents occurring in our country, and the toxic gases were mainly causing due to the drainage system. Next. Thank you.
Where the data will be stored, you are capturing images, no? Okay. Where the images will be stored, which you have captured?
Everything will be stored in cloud, ma'am.
Is there any security implemented in cloud?
Right now we were working upon it, ma'am. That security is we have done in 3 ma'am.
Okay, is there any other existing system available?
Right now, there are no existing systems. The existing systems are based on our base papers. We have been referred. It is mainly on some or only monitoring in the cameras, and not every process which we have used or not in any modules, ma'am. We also concluded with every modules. We have done it with combining.
Okay. Have you done any pre-processing for images captured?
Ma'am?
Any pre-processing that was done for images?
Yeah, ma'am. We have done.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam, for your presentation. Now, I call upon Ms. Divya V. with her paper title as Early Predictor of Settlement Diseases by Image Processing.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm Divya Venugopal. Here I am to present the early predictor of retinal disease symptoms by image processing. I'm glad to introduce my teammates, M. Janet Selva Melba, and Abhirami, and Sindhuja. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, every one of us know vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others, and our eyes are very much important in every person's life. But when we are getting some eye diseases, we come to know at the extent level of the effect at the time of vision loss, or some of the causes that it will make some pains or some other. But there are some other diseases which will come without any symptoms, that we can know that the diseases are in extent level at the point of the vision loss. So here we are going to have a project that we can predict the preclinical signs of the most alarming retinal diseases. Retina is nothing but the retina contains the millions of light sensitive cells and other nerve cells that receives and organize the visual information. So that the retina has a very thin layer. If we get any infections or disease in the retinal layer, we can't see any symptoms at the early stage. We can know only at the extent level at the time of a vision loss. Some of the diseases like the retinal diseases are glaucoma, strabismus, eye floaters. That are the diseases of the retinal disease which will occur at the extent level of vision loss. We are aiming just to create a kit which do preclinical science predictors of these diseases. And we are implementing a project using the image processing technique. We are aiming to keep this kit in a public places as a vending machine concept. Next one. We have proposed our work as a vending machine concept, which is using an image processing. In this vending machine concept, we have a proper kit developments. For this, we are using 4 modules, which is IR sensor, an LED display, Raspbian OS, and Pi cameras. For this, I will request everyone to imagine what I'm saying right now. Just you can think that you're going for a public place and you're seeing a machine. And it is a vending machine concept for detecting the preclinical signs of the retinal diseases. You are just going and standing in front of that machine and you are inserting a 5 rupees coin inside it. The machine will ask you to place your face in front of the camera, which we have located the Pi camera for the eye recognition. And the IR sensor are used to clarify that you have placed your face in a correct position or not. Then after capturing your images, your eyes are cropped using image processing technique. For further development, we are using an algorithm called hair cascade algorithm. I can understand that you can think why we are selecting this specific algorithm, because the hair cascade algorithm can work with less parameters and its calculation speed are very high and it is efficient for feature selections. Next one. So this is the data flow of how our vending machine concept will work. As I said earlier, we first need to dispense the coin and the sensor will verify for the face placements, whether we have placed in the right position or we are in a certain direction away from the camera or not. And the image can be captured using a Pi camera, which we have inserted there. And the image processing will be done using a hair cascading algorithm. And the comparisons can be done from the data sets. Here I have to tell you that we have taken the data sets from UPI repository. The UPI repository is nothing but it is managed by World Health Organization. In that UPI repository, the all over world hospitals will enter the data on the certain diseases, how many people are affected from a particular year to end this year, and what is the pre-recognition of how many people will gonna affect about these diseases in a future. Next one. So these are the modules which we have used in our project. The IR sensor, which I have told about early, to IR sensor is used to recognize we have placed our face in front of a camera in a right position or not. Only when we are placing a face in the right position, then only the image of our eyes can be captured properly. Using this IR sensor, we can emit infrared radiation. In that infrared radiation, which is not harmful for the eyes and the brain, that we have clarified, and this rays will sense that the position of the face in a right direction or not. And the next module will be, and the next module, and the Pi camera. The Pi camera is used to capture the eye images. This Pi camera has a high resolution. I think this is the prototype which we are developing for this concept. This Pi camera is enough. If we are going for a future and further implementation in a higher level, we can use a fundus camera, which is already using in a CAD architectures. The CAD architecture is nothing but every one of us, at least we have attended eye hospital once in our life. In that eye hospital, the doctors will use to make us sit in front of machines and they'll sit opposite direction of us and they'll examine an eyes with a machine. So that is called as CAD architecture. CAD architecture is nothing but computer aided diagnosis, which will be working as an artificial intelligence machine. So in that machines, they are using a fundus camera. Instead of that fundus camera, we are replacing this Pi camera for a vending machine concept, because we are not detecting whether the disease is there or not. We are just detecting we have the symptoms is there or not. The symptoms is nothing but in that big manner. It has the red lines and the smoky eyes, then fluids in the corner of our eyes. So this camera is eligible to detect whether these symptoms are there or not. And the next module, the Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is a now boon to these industries because Raspberry Pi is nothing but it can be called as an SoC. SoC is nothing but it is a system on a chip. System on a chip, it will minimize the work of a personal computer and the space of it. It can do the work of what a PC can do it. The same work can be used by the Raspberry Pi. And the OS we are using for this Raspberry Pi will be the Raspbian OS. It will provide a desktop perfect entry level of x86 PC. It contains 64-bit and A72 processor. It clocks the speed of 15 Hz per meter. Next. The algorithm. As I said earlier, after capturing the image of our eyes will be gone for an image processing technique. After that only we can know whether we have the symptoms of the 4 alarming diseases or not. For that, I'm using hair cascade algorithm. The hair cascade algorithm has 3 features. That is calculating the hair features and creating the integral images using an ADA boost technique. Calculating hair features is nothing but it has millions of matrix formulations in that. I'll simplify what the work will go under the calculating hair features. For example, if we are taking the image of our face using a selfie stick, in that our image will be captured as a color image. First, the calculating hair features will convert this color image into a grayscale image. The reason for converting the color scale image into a grayscale image is nothing but the color images will have millions and millions of pixels, so that the calculation will take number of times. But when we are converting for a grayscale image, it has only 2 types of pixels. That is nothing but zeros and ones. And our computer can accept the main language as zeros and ones, and the calculation will be much easier and it is a time saving. So that the first step is taking the image of our eyes using a Pi camera and converting it into a grayscale image for zeros and ones. Next, we are creating an integral image. In creating an integral image is nothing but as we are using OpenCV for converting these images. In that OpenCV, first it will run from left side to right side of our face. In converting the left side to right side of our face, it will calculate each and every pixels in our face. That zeros will combine as a lighter pixel and 1 will be combined as a darker pixel. So the zeros and ones are lighter pixels and darker pixels. Then it calculating from the left side to right side, it will calculate each and every pixels and it will undergo the sum of light pixels and dark pixels, and it will average of the number of pixels. If the average is above 1, then it will take that darker region as an image. If it is less than 1, then it will take as lighter region as an image. That is nothing but if the calculation is 1, it will crop only our eyes images. And the next one. So these are the things which I'm saying. Then ADA boost is nothing but if the Pi camera is capturing the image, it not only take a single image, it will take hundreds and hundreds of images, because for a classification and for a clear image, we need to take hundreds and hundreds of images. For each images, it will go for a left to right processing. It will take a zeros and ones pixels and many images. So that's why we are using ADA boost technique. ADA boost technique is nothing but it will verify all the images and undercome a specific one, which is right one. For that was we are using the ADA boost technique. After using all this technique, a single picture will be taken as a copy and it will combine it with the data set which we have given as an input, and it will clarify what the images is respective with the diseases. If for glaucoma, we have red lines, and for strabismus, we have eye floaters. And for that, what images is matching with the data set we can given, and it will display as you have the symptoms of these diseases. For example, you have the symptoms of glaucoma, or you have the symptoms of strabismus. So this is how the project will go to be executed. Next one. Next one. So this is the technique what I have shown, and the hair cascading code will be you're using for the OpenCV technique. OpenCV is nothing but an open computer vision which have a predefined libraries for image processing, and nowadays it is going a very good in the image processing field. Next one. So this is how the first Pi camera will capture the image of a face, and later on, after these image processing techniques, it will just crop around our eyes picture. Next one. Next one. The key features of the hair cascading, these are the features of the hair cascading, which is high speed and it is using error boosting algorithm. And the final result, a person will stand in front of a camera and it will capture the certain image of our eyes. Finally, I'm concluding that. So every one of us should wanted to know the importance of our vision, so that we need to keep this concept in a public place and wanted to know each and every person should utilize it and know the vision of importance. Thank you.
Are you implementing this as an app or a system?
Yeah, ma'am, we are implementing, ma'am. We have already developed the kit for this, ma'am.
As an app, you are developing this work?
No, ma'am, we are not developing as an app, ma'am. We are developing it as a machine. For that, it is already have a software. We have developed the software and we have installed the software on the Raspberry Pi using Raspberry OS, ma'am. And we are keeping it in a public place to use every person, ma'am.
Okay,
the cost of the project for around the hardwares and we have 9K, ma'am. It is around 9K to implement this project, ma'am.
Okay, are you specifically choosing Adobe Boost algorithm?
Sir, pardon, ma'am, I couldn't understand.
Yes, but Adobe Boost algorithm that you said, no.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. We are using a hair cascading algorithm, ma'am. For further classification, we are also using Adobe boosting algorithm in the final stage, ma'am.
Okay, Divya, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya, for your presentation. Now I call upon Purani with her title as IoT application on secure smart shopping system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. You can start your session, please.
Yeah. Our project is IoT application on a secure smart shopping system, and our teammates are Ponraj and Shubhashri Ranjit, and our guide is Mrs. M. Pavitra. And here our project. And getting into our project, and what is the overview of our project is in shopping mall. Many customers are purchasing. In the billing system, there is a large queue for billing. In order to avoid that large queue, in our project, we have implemented the billing is automatically done in the shopping cart itself. In this, for that, every product in that mall is equipped with an inexpensive RFID tag. Further, that products are keeping in the shopping cart. The billing is automatically done in the cart, which is equipped with an RFID reader. And by doing this, we can avoid that large queue for billing. In current system, the billing is done manually by the persons who is responsible for that billing. So in order to avoid that, we have implemented this. And getting into the description, in our project, what are all the components in our project is LCD display. We have a keypad and a voice board. In that LCD display, it displays what are all the products we have added and what are all the what is the amount of that product, that and all displayed in the LCD. And voice board, it gives an information about each product, like it is product name, any offer, other expiry details and all. It will display in the voice board, will give that details so that we can avoid the duplication of the product. And we also no need for the guidance to explain the product details. The voice board will give the details of the product. And if we purchase product, if it exceeds the particular fixed amount, it gives a warning via buzzer. And the data will transmit in counter section to display in PC to generate a bill so that we can pay our bill. Next, the module description and the further slides will be presented by my teammate Ponraj.
The model description we used in the projects are Arduino UNO, RFID tags and RFID reader, and ESP826655. In Arduino UNO, it is a microcontroller, Arduino UNO. The microcontroller board based on ATM Mega 328P. And next slide. Next. Next we say about RFID tags. It is a semiconductor device. It is mainly used for storaging its distinctive range, and a coil acts as an antenna for diverging its hold on information. It carries the information of the product. And next we say about the RFID reader. It emits RFID signals throughout the ranges. The RFID tag is within a area. It is a limited purpose range. It retrieves the tag. Purpose of RFID reader is to retrieve the merchandise information from their RFID tags for the calculating the billing amount. Next. Next, the description is a ESP8266 Wi-Fi. It is a low-cost Wi-Fi chip. It is a little board. It is a microcontroller unit. It possibility to control the input and output digital signals, carry the digital signals and a pseudocode like the programming language. The codes we are stored in this Wi-Fi module only. The device is produced by Chinese manufacturer. Next. Next, the testing will be continued by our teammate.
Testing. The system was tested with test data and necessary correction to the system were carried out. All the reports were checked by the user and approved. The system was very user-friendly with online help. It defines the scope, approach to be taken, and schedule of testing, as well as identifying the test item for the entire testing process. Major testing activities are test units, approach for testing, test deliverables. Testing units. In this project, I have performed 2 levels of testing, unit testing and system testing. Test deliverables are unit test for report for each unit, test case specification for system testing, the report for system testing, and the error report. Next slide. System implementation. The implementation stage in a project involves careful planning and investigation of the current system, checking constraints, and the implementation. Training the staffs in the newly developed system. A software application is implemented after navigating the complete lifecycle method of a project. Various lifecycle process such as requirement analysis, design phase, verification, testing, and finally followed by the implementation phase results in a successful project management. The software application, which is basically a window-based application, and the application's validations are made taken into account of the entry levels available in various modules. Possible restrictions like number formatting, date formatting, and confirmations for both save and update options ensures the correct data to be fed into the database. Thus, all the aspects are sorted out and the complete project study is practically implemented successfully. The further outcomes and the results will be explained by our teammate Ranjit.
These are the pictures of outcome. These are the pictures of our outcome of a project. In that there is an RAD in RAD is fixed in the trolley, and LCD display will display the amount and the quantity of our product. So conclusion is our trolley trolley is user friendly as LCD display may name the product, weight, expiry date, and cost of the product of a billing. Automatically is done. Trolley to save the time customer and reduces the rush in billing counter. Using IoT will also helpful to owner and various purposes. Smart trolley can be implemented with a microcontroller and provides various functionalities such as billing, information, weights of purchased items. Also, the system will reduce the rush of a billing counter and saves the valuable time of the customers. Thank you.
Which security algorithm you have chosen? Ranjit, can you hear me?
Ma'am?
Yes,
ma'am.
which security algorithm you have chosen?
Sorry, ma'am.
Which security algorithm you have chosen? Any algorithm have chosen here? Or can you go to a block diagram? Okay, I have said that it is a secure smart shopping system. Are you using any algorithm for implementing security? Or any?
Ma'am.
Have you used any security algorithm? No? Since the title is secure smart shopping system.
Yes, ma'am. We have used
Okay. Have you completed the project, ma'am?
No, ma'am. We are working on it, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, team, for your presentation. Now I call upon Mr. Bharat K, which is paper title has malicious URL prediction using machine learning. Yes. So Bharat, if you are in one-way technical session, please join to the one-way technical session, please.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I know when will 1C start, ma'am? Technical session?
Yes, ma'am. You are in which room, ma'am?
1C, ma'am.
1C, ma'am. You can use a breakout room, and you can join there, ma'am.
I didn't get it, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can find the breakout rooms logo, ma'am.
I actually have the link for only this one, ma'am. Do you have link for 1C, ma'am?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, you can wait for a minute, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can start your presentation, ma'am. Sanya, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So can I start the presentation now, ma'am?
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am, 1B is not happening there, the technical session 1B. Ma'am, you can find the breakout rooms, ma'am. I have only this link. Click that, you can find the 1B, ma'am. Sorry? Ma'am, near record icon, you can find the breakout rooms, ma'am. Okay. Click that, you can find the 1B, ma'am. Breakout rooms in progress. There are 20 participants, ma'am. You can click the join button. Ma'am, I can't hear you. Too much of disturbance. Can you find the breakout rooms icon, ma'am? Near record button. Yes, ma'am. You can click that, ma'am. Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Please there, ma'am. You can join there, ma'am.
Ma'am, actually in the 1C breakout room, I don't think so anyone is responding there. Your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Ma'am, the 1C session is over. You can present your presentation in this session, ma'am.
Okay, okay, ma'am. I'll start my presentation. I'll share the screen, ma'am.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all present in this conference. So the name of our project is Calm Care Solutions, which simply means it is a heart attack detection system which uses the domain of machine learning. We are from Reva University, from the Department of CSC and IT, and our guide is Shilavati ma'am, KV Shilavati ma'am, and there are 4 group members including me. This is Sania, and then Palgun Kartik Reddy, Gajula Harshavardhan, and Sham Sundar Sai. And these are the contents of our PPT today, which will include from abstract till the conclusion everything. And coming to the abstract, the project name is Calm Care Solutions. As the name suggests, we very well know how important the heart organ is, and it does the mainly almost more than 50% of the work. It pumps about 20 gallons of blood, and it is very important part of our body. If that main organ is not taken care of, then it is really difficult to survive this life. And to take care of such heart, it is not like other diseases wherein we can come to know the symptoms very early. Like if we have cold, we cough, we suffer from sneezing, all that. But when it comes to internal organ getting damaged, we don't have any symptoms prior. We come to know at the end part. So to avoid such things, we can use domains such as machine learning or deep learning or artificial intelligence, and we can detect what we are going through. So we have chosen heart organ to predict it before if we are going through any damage, so that we can avoid any dangerous circumstances. And we have used machine learning domain here, which is a very conceptual framework, and it uses many algorithms, models, and also it is essential. It is really essential how computer makes sense of data and decide or classify our task. There are other many types, like basically two types of machine learning, that is supervised and unsupervised. We have used supervised machine learning in this project, and our problem statement, as was well explained in abstract, it is not only depending on old age people, that if the age is crossing 70 years, only they can have heart attack, or if person has crossed 50, it's coming to almost everyone who doesn't have normal parameters like blood pressure, fasting blood sugar. If there are abnormalities in such parameters, then any person can face heart attack disease, and they can survive a very short life. So our objective is to avoid that by creating a backend using machine learning concept, and basically the more it predicts accurately, the more we can understand. And also we have made a web application UI user yeah. So its front end is nothing but we have made using HTML. It's a website, and through which the user who is using our project can understand whether he has or he does not has. 0 is for heart attack is not there. 1, that means heart attack is present. We have used classification algorithms, and we have used around 4 papers for this one disease. We have gone through literature surveys, and there are around 4 papers having many accuracies. These are the first 2 papers, following by the next 2. And after this literature survey cover up, we have system requirements. Like for this, we are not using IoT or such things, so that we need many hardwares. It's really simple, open source. So software requirements will be basically your Visual Studio Code, wherein we can design our front-end part, Jupyter Notebook, wherein we can design our back-end part. Python will be the language used here. And in the front-end stack or technology, we have HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And the versions of these should be really updated, latest and more, okay? And then coming to hardware requirements, we can run it anywhere. Basically, you must have a laptop, or in a system you can run it. It must be i3 processor, and it at least minimum it has to be 4 GB RAM, and the laptop must be supporting our software requirements, all these Visual Studio Code, Jupyter Notebook, all that. And after these requirements, we come to our methodologies. Basically, after taking up a data set, we have taken from Kaggle. It is a UCI data set, heart detection, heart attack detection. And the first process comes is all about cleaning the data set. It might have outliers. It might have any other thing which is really not relevant. It might have other feature selection work. So we have done data cleaning and pre-processing, followed by exploratory data analysis, wherein we can visualize the method. We can use graphs. We can import the libraries for that. And Yeah, we can. We have also done correlation. We have used heat map, and this picture which is visible on my screen is nothing but about the outliers which will be showing, which is shown in each and every parameters. This outlier is for age. This is for sex. This is for trust BPS. All that. And after this, we have, as I said, the front end is a web application, and we have named it as Calm Care Solutions, and it is a website where it can deliver its service to the society. Though they are at home, they can easily view from their comfort zone. And next will be our, this is the front end page, how it looks like. We have a predict button. Other than that, we have home, about, all that. And this predict button will take the user, it will drive the user to our page wherein he can enter the details of all the parameters, and ultimately it will give you the results. And this is the flow chart or methodology which was followed. The UCI dataset was taken and it underwent cleaning, the exploratory data analysis, under which cleaning the dataset was done, correlation was done as I showed. And there are many algorithms in machine learning. Under supervised learning, there are many, but we have used efficient algorithms. Those were logistic regression, support vector machine, and random forest, among which random forest gave us a very good and high accuracy. So we have taken the accuracy and we have chosen random forest. And after which we made the web application page and named it as Calm Care Solutions. If this project goes well, and if this project has a very good future, so in that case, not only heart attack disease can be predicted, even we have many other applications for this. Problems related to, problems related to heart, that is, heart attack is not only the problem what we can have. All other cardiovascular diseases, or other than cardiovascular disease, we can have kidney disease, anything, or breast cancer, or lung cancer. We can predict that also, other than these applications. So these were the references which we followed. There were more actually, and I have mentioned the main references we have confirmed to. And really thank you for being so patient and listening to this. And thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, from where you collected the data set, ma'am?
Ma'am, from Kaggle, the UCI data set, ma'am. It has 1025 rows with 14 columns.
Okay, have you tested with all the input values, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sanya, sir, for your presentation.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
On behalf of Jansons Institute of Technology, we thank all the participants from various Institute of Technology, from various institutions for your research paper presentation. Now we can conclude this session. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Abhinashar.
A warm afternoon to one and all present here. I would like to welcome you all to the technical session 2. Without much delay, we'll go to the session. Participants are requested to join in their respective sessions provided in the agenda. Technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of SNH. Once again, I repeat, technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of SNH. Best of luck to all the participants.
Ma'am, can you repeat again, ma'am? Ma'am, can you repeat again?
So yes, sir. Once again, I repeat, technical session 1A will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1B will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1C will be hosted by Department of CSE and IT. Technical session 1D will be hosted by Department of ECE and EEE. Technical session 1E will be hosted by Department of SNH. Thank you.
So you can join in room number 1B.
Madam, myself. Hello.
Gautam sir, 1D pro sir.
1D. Okay, professor. Okay.
Yes, professor. Already 2D, right?
Yes,
Sir.
professor. Yes, for
It is
2D,
1D
professor.
only. 1D only, bro, sir. Professor, 1D only, professor.
So you can join the session. They'll start in some time. All the sessions from 2A to 2E is converted into 1A to 1E. Participants can join in their respective breakout rooms. You can find that in the tools.
Ma'am, 2A, the main link, ma'am.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, all. Welcome to Jansons Institute of Technology, International with Institute of Engineering Research and Publication. Welcome to technical session of Group 2A conducted by Department of Computer Science and Engineering and IT. The jury of the session is Mrs. Savita Ma'am, Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering. She is having 8+ years of experience in teaching. Her research area is focused on deep learning and machine learning. She has published 8 technical papers in referred. Each team will be having 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for query session. Now, we shall start the session with the first participant titled as a smart alert system for maintaining social distance for the disabled with health monitoring by the presenter Rohit Antony. Rohit Antony. Rohit?
Yes, ma'am.
Am
I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible. You can present.
Miss, my screen visible?
Yeah, visible, ma.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can start.
I'm Rohit Antony from Jansons Institute of Technology, and my project is about a smart alert system for maintaining both the social distance and the health monitoring system for the disabled people. And we have 4 in our team. These are the team members, and we are guided by Mrs. A. Pravina. And the main topic of our project is COVID-19. The main reason for us taking this topic is that COVID-19 has been a great major problem for our society for the past 2 years. And social distance is one of the main things that we have to follow. And for normal people, it is not a special case, but for disabled people, it is a special case and they need some kind of assistance to follow it. So this is the main motive of our project. At first, for social distance, we have to maintain at least 1 meter, and that's the guidelines given. So this device will help them in maintaining both the social distance and the
social distance and the health monitoring of the disabled people. So next, the description. The main things that our project will cover is that with the help of a project, we can minimize the spread of COVID-19 as a part. In a small part, we can reduce it, and we'll discuss about the main components of the device. And this device will make sure that the disabled people can also follow the social distance. And also, I have added some of the additional features in addition to maintaining social distance. And this is the architectural diagram of our project. The main project unit is the Arduino. Which process all the data. We have a number of sensors. That is the ultrasonic sensor is the main part, which is used for social distancing. It calculates the distance between the objects, and then it warns when the object or other kind of people who are entering the limit, that is 1 meter. If the person is not entering above 1 meter, it will not send a display. And then for a health monitoring system, we have added the temperature sensor, pulse rate, and also the humidity, then also the SpO2 sensor. This will keep monitoring the health of the user, and it will keep on sharing the details to the mobile or the device that is connected to the IoT. And for the alert system, we have added 3: vibration motor, the buzzer, and also LED light. This will also be displayed in the LCD display and also the mobile. And first, the Arduino module. The main work of the Arduino module is to process all the data collected from all the sensors, and it will process the data, and this is the main unit that judges whether it is an alert message or there should not be any alert message. So this will be the main thing to receive and process all the data. And this is a pic of our Arduino board with the LCD display. The LCD display shows the temperature, humidity, the SpO2 level, heartbeat rate, and the distance. The 270 is displayed in centimeters. And then ultrasonic sensor, the main sensor that is used in our project. The project ultrasonic sensor gives out ultrasonic waves, and then with the help of those waves, those waves hit the object in the front and they track back. With the help of the track backing time, it calculates the distance, and then it sends the data to the Arduino board. And then the pulse rate sensor. The pulse rate sensor, with the help of infrared light, it reads the pulse, and then it sends the data to the Arduino board. Then the temperature sensor. The temperature sensor also, it calculates the temperature, and all the temperature values are sent to the Arduino board. And then the SpO2. The SpO2 sensor is the blood oxygen level. The main criteria of us seeing the COVID-related symptoms is the SpO2 level. So SpO2 level also we have added in our project. And then the main methodology. All these sensors process the data, and the data is sent to the Arduino board, and the Arduino board calculates and processes all the data. In case of any kind of misdeviations in the numbers, it will send an alert system. That is the vibration motor, the LED display, and the buzzer. All three things will be functioning. And then with the help of the Wi-Fi module, the data will be sent to the mobile with the help of Wi-Fi. And this is the final pic of our whole project. The one at the right, the bottom right is the power supply and the Arduino board, all sensors. The left bottom, it is the vibration motor, and above that it is the Wi-Fi module. Then the buzzer and all other sensors are placed. And this is the conditions. That is the conditions for which the buzzer, the motor, and LED should glow or vibrate or sound, give it sound. These are the conditions and the programming that we have set. And this is the example for us showing the same reading in both the LCD display and the mobile. With the help of this, all data will be shared in both the mobile device and the LCD display. So these are the references that we have put forth, and we have viewed to give a brief and a good product for the society. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Rohit. What is the existing system of your paper, Ra?
Ma'am, our existing system is just about the social distancing, ma'am.
Existing system?
Only social distancing, ma'am, without any kind of health monitoring added features, ma'am.
Only?
Social distancing.
Social distancing.
That's the existing system, ma'am. In that we have added health monitoring, ma'am.
No, social distancing means I'm not able to get it. I'm asking what is the existing system of your project or paper?
Ma'am, the previous existing system from which we have referred, you're asking that, right, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, it is in previous case the ultrasonic sensors were not used in for this purpose, ma'am, for social distancing. They were
okay.
not before the COVID situation. They were not used for this situation. So we have used the same sensor for the current situation, for the current what we need in the current place. We have used for that, and in addition to that, we have added the health monitoring system, ma'am. This project is mainly focused for the disabled people, ma'am, for blind and for the deaf people. So just in that case, for blind people, those who cannot see the LED alert system, we have added vibration. And for the deaf people, those who can't hear the buzzer sound, we have added vibration. So every disabled people can get
For blind people, what you did?
vibration motor,
for
ma'am. Vibration
blind.
motor, ma'am.
Okay.
So that they will feel the vibrations.
Okay. So what are all the sensors you are using?
Ma'am, temperature, SpO2 level, then the ultrasonic sensor for distance calculation, then heartbeat rate, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Rohit Antony. Now, we shall move on to next session with the title Secure Data Sharing Using Cloud by the presenter Nishalini M.
Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
The screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are visible.
Shall I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. A very pleasant afternoon to one and all gathered here. We are final year of student of Computer Science and Engineering Department from Sona College of Technology. Here we are going to present a project project on topic called Secure Data Sharing in Cloud. I'm Priyadashni and my teammates are Nishalini and Preeti Sri. We have done this project under the guidance of Mr. M. Marimuthu. The main motive of our project is to share the data across the cloud in a secure way using the key generation method. Let's see those in detail. There are 5 primary processes in key aggregation mechanism. That is setup, key, encrypt, extract, and decrypt. Setup is nothing but it is used to create an account in a cloud by the data owners. And encrypt this while uploading a file, the files are uploaded in the encrypted form. And keychain is while creating an account, the key is generated to group owners as well as the group members. And extract is while decrypt the file, we want to extract the file by giving the private key and public key, which is nothing but the group key as well as the user key. In this project, we make a decryption is more powerful than allows, which is used to encrypt the key in much more effectively. And usually, most of the secret keys are usually stored in tamper-proof memory, which is relatively expensive. But now we are using the cloud.
In existing system, the prices grant employees access to portion of sensitive data, but the challenge here is how we effectively The existing system of cloud storage users can let their friends view a subset of their private pictures or data. An enterprise may also grant employees access to portion of sensitive data. The main challenge here we are facing is how to effectively share the encrypted data. So users can now download the encrypted data from the storage, decrypt them, and then send them to others for sharing, but it loses the value of cloud storage. It also increases the cost of storing and transmitting the ciphertext. Secret keys are usually stored in the tamper-proof memory, relatively expensive. The cost and complexities involved generally increase with the number of decryption keys to be shared. So we have proposed a system in which we have made a decryption key more powerful in such a way that decryption of multiple ciphertexts will be happening without increasing its size. We are also introducing a public key encryption, which is key aggregate crypto system using AES algorithm. In key aggregate crypto system, users will encrypt the message not only under a public key but also use a private key. For downloading a single file for multiple times, private keys will be generated, and also the group owner holds a public key which can be used to extract the private keys. Next slide will be carried over by Shalini.
Okay, next let's see about the architecture diagram. So first we have the enterprise, that is admin, who is able to create a group. By creating the group owner is able to create the cloud users, that is the group members to a particular group. So by creating the group members, the group key and the OTP, username and the password will be sent to the respective group members to their mail IDs. So next, for uploading a new file, group members have to give the correct credential which they have given at the time of the group registration, that is their username and the password. For downloading or existing files in the cloud, group members have to give both the group key and the OTP so that they can download their files. Those group key and the OTP will also be shared to the group members at the time of their user registration. So here we have also two important features like the revocation, user revocation and group revocation. The admin has the access to revoke the particular group, and the particular group members from the group can be removed if they are vulnerable to the group or the organization. And the same applies to the user also.
One second, Ma.
Next,
1 second.
let's see
Yes,
what are the
Ma.
modules.
Able to hear me?
Yeah.
Able to hear me? Ma, your
Yes, ma'am.
screen was not changed. Your screen was not changed.
Now it have it changed, ma'am. Give me a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, sorry, ma'am, we have network issues. Give us a minute. We will share a screen.
Will you present it last, Ma? Preeti Shri?
Give us a minute, ma'am.
Preeti Shri? Preeti Shri?
Ma'am, we are sharing now, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, visible, ma.
Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, the modules we have here is the first one is the user registration. The registration of the user will be done by the group owner, and the second one is the group registration. There will be a group registration by giving a group name. In that group, all the group owners will be added, and if the user wants to access those files, file access is nothing but to store and share the data file in the cloud, and the group owner performs it whether the user wants to download or upload it. The permission is given by the group owner, and when the user wants to download a file, other users in the group also have to give the permission by giving their private keys so that the user can download their files. These are the 4 modules we have. And next, finally, in this paper, we have proposed the key agreement crypto system. So the users can securely share and access the data and share their document among the group members by sharing their OTPs and the group keys that they have received in their mail IDs. And this also increases the security of the cloud. And also it facilitates the user revocation, where the group owner can remove the users from the group if any vulnerabilities happen within their organization. And in this we have used AES, MD5 and SHA algorithm. And AES is used for encryption and decryption purpose, and MD5 and SHA algorithm are used for key aggregation key generation purposes. And future work I hand it over to Preeti. In future, we can encrypt the keys in database itself so that it increases the security, and also we can categorize the group based on the allowed number of users in the group, so the group works efficiently. Thank you.
Good presentation by you all. Thank you. Generating a password and key for each user, is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Creating an OTP and sharing it to the group is secure?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in the starting itself, each user will register themselves in the web page we have provided, ma'am. So at that time itself, we will generate the group name and group password. And whenever they want to upload or download a file, we'll generate individual OTP for individual users, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell about the SHA algorithm?
Secure
Anyone of you?
It is a secure hashing algorithm, ma'am. We have used it for ma'am, actually SHA algorithm is the modification of
Ma'am, the SHA algorithm we have used for the hashing, it is like an encryption method. It will hash all the input ciphertext so that the end user can decrypt them for viewing the message, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Nishalini. Now we shall move on to next session with the title E-Saline Bottle Monitoring System Using IoT by the presenter Vijay Lakshmi.
Vijay Lakshmi, are you there?
Vijay Lakshmi, are you there? Okay, let's move to next topic. Projective exploration on individual stress levels using machine learning by the presenter Bhargavi.
Bhargavi, are you there?
Next, we shall move on Ankit Datta.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, visible.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Abhay Thopal Shiva, the presenter, and I, along with my team members Ankit Datta, Gurpreet Singh, and under the guidance of Ms. Champawati B, are going to present the paper Home Knit Shield. So this is our biography. Ankit Datta is a final year student at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Bangalore. I'm Abhay Thopal Shiva. I'm also a final year student at Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Gurpreet Singh as well. And Ms. Champawati B is an assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Bangalore, at New Horizon College of Engineering. The aim of our project is to detect intrusions in an IoT network by using deep learning algorithms and analyze various aspects of the network traffic, such as packet flow rate, packet duration, packet volume, and so on. We have used the CAI-CDS 2018 dataset, and since it contains up to 80 columns or 80 features of the various network attributes, and those attributes are relevant to the IoT environment as well. The goal is to employ a hybrid network to analyze and classify a tuple as benign or malicious. And when I say tuple, it is basically one single entry in the data set. We are trying to detect attacks such as botnet or DDoS attacks for now, and all the rows with the which are NAND data are eliminated from our data set. The types of attacks are classified using a single hot encoding, and the cuDNN GRU and cuDNN BLSTM neural networks are used respectively for detecting and analyzing the network traffic. So the classification is done using the LSTM network, and the analysis of the network data is done using the gated recurrent neuron, which is the cuDNN GRU. Both networks are CUDA variants and are employed because they have been demonstrated to be nearly 5 times quicker than non-CUDA variants. So the methodology is that right now we are trying to, when we start, we analyze the packet data, and right now since we are using the CI/CDS data, we are not using dynamic data, but we are using static data. So ideally, we are using the packet data that is being sent to the router. We'll have a device which is connected to the router, which will analyze the received packets and the sent packets, And once these packets are received by the device, it will be sent to our deep learning algorithm with where we'll be doing real-time analysis. And once the real-time analysis is done, we'll have a classification for each of the tuple. That is, for a specific number of time, we will be checking what is the volume of the packet being received, what is the port number being targeted, and what are the number of packets being sent and received at the same time. Description is deep learning, which uses artificial neural network, which is supposed to mimic how humans think and learn. Deep learning is powered by artificial neural networks with several layers. So in our project, what we are doing is, since we are using BLSTM and gated recurrent networks, we are trying to implement around 100 neurons for LSTM layer and around 50 neurons for the gated recurrent unit. This we have come up with a temporary solution, but we are still we have been able to achieve an accuracy of up to 95%. And how are we actually implementing deep learning in our project? It is possible because of the use of software-defined networks. So SDN is a software layer that lies in the control layer of the IoT architecture. And since it is programmable, we can implement the deep learning algorithm and the model and deploy it at the same level so that the real-time analysis is done in that layer. We also make use of honeypots, which is a network attached system that attracts cyber attackers and detects, diverts, and investigates hacking attempts to obtain unauthorized access to information systems. A honeypot's goal is to appear on the internet as potential target for attackers, gather data, and allow defenders to any unauthorized access attempts. This is the appendix. We have used IoT, deep learning, SDN, and honeypots. In conclusion, IoT with its internal complexity requires a flexible, reliable, and a secure infrastructure. Deep learning has lately gained the attention of the world with regular advancements. In this project, we propose an SDN-enabled hybrid deep learning-driven architecture to protect the IoT environment against attacks like DDoS, botnets, infiltration. The result of this proposed architecture is powered by the CUDA GR gated recurrent unit and LSTM. The existing hybrid algorithms, the performance of the model is tested against the standard evaluation metrics: accuracy, recall, precision, S-score, and speed efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhay. Will you please explain about this CUDA GRU LSTM?
Ma'am, CUDA GRU is basically a gated recurrent unit, and what it does is it's actually implemented from the NVIDIA graphic card side. So it is a variation of the gated recurrent unit, but it is using NVIDIA's own parameters, and it's tuned according to NVIDIA graphic cards for the same general GRU. And LSTM is also done in the same way. The only difference is that it is 5 times faster because it is tuned for NVIDIA graphic cards. While we have been conducting our tests on the testing data, we have been able to observe at least 5 times the performance of regular GRU and regular LSTM.
Okay, what about your future enhancement in it?
Future enhancement, we are thinking of implementing an application for the same project, so that it can be more user friendly, because right now we are just implementing an algorithm and a model, nothing more than that. So the future prospect is to develop an application so that this can be connected to the entire home network, that is the IoT home network, where the user will be able to see whether his or her the home automation system is under threat or not. And if someone is trying to invade into your network, the intrusion detection system, which was handled by our deep learning algorithm, will be able to notify the user, and the user can take action whether they want to kick that particular node out of the network or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ankit Data. Next, we shall move on to next session with the title Diagnosis of Chronic Kidney Disease Using Deep Learning by the presenter Mahashweta.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Mahashweta, are you there?
Ma'am,
Your voice is breaking, Ma. Shweta? Shweta, are you there?
Ma'am, give me a minute.
You are not audible, Ra. Your voice is breaking.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Ma'am.
Shweta?
Ma'am, just a minute, ma'am. The slide is not changing, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll share my screen now, ma'am.
Yes, ma.
Are you presenting?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma, you are audible.
Ma'am, we are from Sona College and we are here to present a conference. Our topic is about diagnosis of chronic kidney disease using deep learning. Our team members are Mahashweta, Priyadarshini, and Purnachandra, ma'am. And under the guidance of SK Fatima, ma'am. And these are our biography, ma'am. So, chronic kidney disease, we done this by using a logistic regression, random forest, KNN, DNN, and SVM. And we used 400 database with 10 attributes. Then we used the DL model to predict the absence or presence of CKD within the patients. Then deep learning predictive analysis is the most common we use some of the algorithm to identify the CDK.
In this project, we are created an account for the doctor and the patient. Both also can.
Ma'am, we have many disturbances in your side. We are not able to clearly able to
Okay,
hear
ma'am.
you.
1 minute, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma. Okay, you can proceed.
Yes, ma'am. In this project, we have created a account for the doctor and patient. Both can register the account. Users who already created account can log in. In this, we have created a dashboard with various test features that are used to predict the disease, like blood pressure, sugar, RBC count, WBC count, etc. So in that, they can enter their test features values, and then if they click predict button, it will give the output as whether they have a disease or not. Next is architecture diagram. First one is data selection and loading. In this, the data will be selected from the various data set, and it will store it in the original data set. And next one is pre-processing. Pre-processing the data which are raw and which has low information will be modified, and it will give the high quality data. The feature selection is also the same. It will retrieve the useful subset, and in classification, the algorithms takes place. First algorithm is
Logistic regression. So it's a linear regression. In this regression, it tells the probability. It predicts the chronic kidney disease. If it is true, the value is 1. If it is false, it gives 0. Then the next algorithm is random forest. We made out of decision trees. Decision trees are easy to build, but not flexible. But by using this random forest, the simplicity of decision trees with flexibility resulting in improvement of accuracy.
Next one is KNN, K nearest neighbor. It will find the nearest neighbor of what we want to find. It is a simple way to classify data. We have to start with the data set with the features that are known. It will cluster the data, and then add a new cell with an unknown category. That new cell will be combined, and which is closest to that new cell, it will predict the output. Suppose the disease is close, means it will predict as the disease is there. If not, means it's not CDK. CDK means a chronic kidney disease.
DN and Duke neural network used a large amount of data to train the.
Next one is SVM, which is support vector machine. It is used when a bunch of data is present. We want to classify into two categories, that is the CKD or not CKD. It is the simplest for classification. Each object in this will be represented as a point, and the category is divided into a hyperplane. So the next one will be a deep neural network.
Conclusion. The approach this aim of
a deep neural network, it will take all the inputs and it will convert to input neurons. With that input neurons, it will assign a number for each input depending on the feature, and it will train from the initial stage of the. And its conclusion will be explained by Purnachandra.
conclusion. We approach the play function learn logistic SVM, random forest, KN, and DNN in the order to reduce the number of futures, to reduce the between the variables or future work. Since the data used to search a small future, by using a big data set, comparing the result, using a data set in the future, all in the organs, etc. Thank you.
And in future, to make a big data set with a large number of databases.
Shweta? Shweta? Are you there?
Ma'am.
Did you complete the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're creating an app for doing it, right?
No, ma'am. Website, ma'am.
Oh, website.
Yes, ma'am.
So nowadays we are using app for itself for calculating this what hemoglobin value, blood pressure, and all. No. So you are
Yes,
using a
ma'am.
website for it.
Yes, ma'am. In that, the doctor also can view their. They can enter and know their results, ma'am.
So you are using many algorithms for it.
Yes,
What are
ma'am.
the algorithms you are using?
Logistic regression, KNN, SVM, DNN, and random forest.
Okay. So you are collecting a data set for it, no?
Yes,
So where you are
ma'am.
collecting this data set?
Ma'am, from the Google Colab, ma'am.
Google?
Colab, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Can you explain about this algorithm KNN?
Yes, ma'am. It will give the. It will find the nearest neighbor of what we find, ma'am.
Your voice is breaking, Shweta.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yeah, now only.
Ma'am, now it's okay, ma'am. It will be the nearest neighbor of what we want to find, ma'am.
Okay.
It is a simple way to classify data. To start and
So it's a general app for medical. Wait,
data, ma'am.
Shweta, wait. It's a general website for a medical field, or especially for identifying the chronic kidney disease. Shweta?
Only.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
How you are
only
filtering,
ma'am.
how you are filtering out with the data set whether the patient's having a chronic disease, kidney disease, like that?
With the depending on the test features they enter, ma'am.
Oh, they have to enter the values of the
Yes,
test
ma'am.
features,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So with the help of that, the patient can also know whether they are having a kidney
Yes,
disease.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mahashweta, with the title Stroke Prediction Using Machine Learning Algorithm.
No, ma'am, whether my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, visible.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ma. You can proceed.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, all, ma'am. Myself, Monisha, and my teammates are Manisha and Priyadarshini, ma'am. Here, the project is a stroke prediction using machine learning algorithm. I'm start with an abstract. In the early in the modern world, many of them don't get care of the health, their health, because many of them affected by stroke and death rate can be high. So we can reduce the death rate of stroke. We are creating data set in data repository. Entry classification. Compare forest algorithm is accurate. API software can also be used in our project. Then in existing system, stroke disease can be already predicted in deep learning using RNN and ANN.
Myself, Priyadarshini, I'm going to explain the architecture diagram. First of all, the data of the patient has been collected and then it is given to the data pre-processing where the duplicate data and the etc. null values will be detected, and then it is processed into the algorithms that has been used in this project, which is random forest and decision tree classification. So these two algorithms we have used, and then by using these, it will detect whether the patient is having stroke or not, and then the result will be displayed in the form of graph. Next, we are moving on to the uh, proposed system. Proposed value the patient glucose, heart diseases, cholesterol level, which has been calculated, and then it has been sent to the data pre-processing where the null set or the duplicate values will be detected, and then it will be modified. And then by using the two algorithms which has been earlier said, which is the random forest and the decision tree classification, it is pre-processed.
Priyadarshini, are you there? Priyadarshini?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Now only you are audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Do it fast, Ma.
Okay. Now, moving on to the proposed system.
moving on to the proposed system, the data, which is the glucose level, the person's hypertension, or whether the person is having heart disease or not, whether the person is married or not, these values has been collected, and then it is pre-processed by using the two algorithms we have used, which is the random forest and decision tree classification. By using these two algorithms, we will detect the value of the stroke, which is 0.6. If the person is having 0.6, below 0.6, the person is affected by stroke. If the value is above 0.6, the person is not affected by stroke. And finally, the result will be displayed in the form of graph. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, it's audible, ma'am.
Yeah, you're audible. You can proceed. It's getting late, ma.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Next, we move on to modules. Data collection. Like previously, as my team had said, we collected the data from the data repository, and data pre-processing. All the duplicates data will be removed, and all those steps are done in data pre-processing. Next, classification has been done with the help of random forest algorithm as well as decision classification tree. Then the stroke prediction can be done using those algorithms with some specification of the tools. In our project, it's an AI software where we will create a website using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and this API can be run using Linux commands in Linux platform. And once the code is successfully executed, there will be an IP address. So we have to copy that IP address and we have to paste it in Google Chrome. Once we done with that, then the website will be displayed. In this website, all the data which is required from the patient will be there, and we used to feed the data which is collected from the patient. And once done, once after the submission, then it will be generating in the, if it is at 0.6, stroke is not there, it's 0.6, stroke is there. And we also implemented once given by the address itself, and we will be using packages like 5 Midploit Lab, NumPy, Pandas, and NumPy we used since our data sets are in numerical form, so we used NumPy. And Matplotlib is we generated a result in the form of graph, so we used Matplotlib. Then here is our sample screenshot where we used to feed the data which is collected from the patient. Like it will be all an general health data like BP, hypertension, glucose level, etc. And this is the page. Even we have created a database using SQLite, and this database can store the data which we fed. And here only admin can view this database, and he can see the data. And once we feed the data, the random forest algorithm will process and will execute this kind of result. And comparing to decision classification tree, the random forest gives the accuracy of the stroke prediction. Then coming to conclusion, so with the help of this, we can predict the stroke earlier, so we can save the man's life, people's life. Thank you.
Nice presentation by you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
You told decision tree classification, comparing these two algorithms, decision tree is making a good result, right?
No, ma'am.
Likewise,
Random for. Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
random forest. Oh, okay. So how you are comparing it?
Because the accuracy.
On base of what comparison you are telling and how you are comparing the data sets in it?
Okay, ma'am. Taking the time complexity is more, ma'am.
Usually, you are collecting data from a data repository, and
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
doing pre-processing. And
Yes,
with
ma'am.
these algorithms, what you are doing?
And with this algorithm, processing all the data, ma'am. For example, I'm taking, ma'am. For example, I'm taking random forest, ma'am. So all the data sets, the attributes what I'm having, like BMI, hypertension, glucose level, all this will be converting as a binary tree, ma'am. So once the binary tree done, it will compare the nodes from each other. So after that, it will execute, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So what's your future enhancement of this project?
Ma'am, future environments. Yes, ma'am. There is an deep learning algorithms, ma'am, which is now emerging. So we will be using those algorithms. So the running time will be more, ma'am. Accuracy is here 60% of accuracy, ma'am. There it shows 80% of accuracy with an algorithm which is from deep learning, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Manisha. Next, we shall move on to the next session with the title Suspect Diagnosis Made Easy by the presenter Pallavi Yadav.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Are we audible?
Yes, audible.
And is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, ma'am. Could Mohammed just mute himself because it's creating a lot of disturbance?
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. So good afternoon to everyone present here. We from New Horizon College of Engineering are presenting a presentation on Shushruth Diagnosis Made Easy. So our project aims at building an accessible, affordable system of healthcare. As we all know that unfortunately our country, healthcare isn't really at par with the other countries. And due to this, there are times where healthcare isn't easily available. And that being the reason, we sometimes tend to neglect all the common diseases that one may come across. Yeah, so as the abstract phase, we aim at providing a much more accessible and affordable healthcare system to prevent misdiagnosis of very common diseases. Here, the common diseases that we have taken into consideration is thyroid and arthritis. So we are using a CNN in order to determine the abnormality in thyroid glands and the joints for arthritis. For thyroid, we're using the ultrasound of the neck region. That's the thyroid gland, and for arthritis we'll be using the X-ray. So yes, and like talking about the disease, thyroid has two kinds of it. One is hyperthyroidism, another is hypo. So we are mainly focusing on hyper. Hyper is when the amount of thyroid secreted is way beyond, and when hypo comes, it's less. Both the conditions creates a tendency of goiter in the person, but we're mainly focusing on hyperthyroidism. And yes, as you can see in the image, how arthritis, a bone
which is affected by arthritis, how different it is from a normal bone. Like you can see the meniscus being less, then you have bone spurs, and you also have cartilage loss over the course of time. So the algorithm that we are mainly focusing and using is a convolutional neural network. In convolutional neural network has the image describes, we have an input layer, and then we have a convolution layer to remove or extract the features. Then we have the pooling layer, then we have the dense layer, and then output layer. This table describes the findings that we had come across when we did our literature survey. Support vector machine works very well with binary classification. However, when we have multiple classes classification, support vector machine does not perform at par with the others. Hence, we decided to go with CNN because it works way better when it comes to multi-class classification. And this image is just an expected outflow. It's just an example. Here, it deals with binary classification. So first we acquire the data and the whole collection process. Then we have the image pre-processing. From the image pre-processing, we extract features. So in our project, the features that we are mainly, we have 5 features for thyroid, whereas 4 for arthritis. And then from the features, we come to a conclusion whether the classification being the features being benign or malignant. And this is a small example that we had come across the literature survey, the image of the table. And now talking about the convolutional layer. So convolutional layer is the layer that retrieves all the features. So these features are extracted with the help of filter in it as well. And then after the features have been extracted, we use pooling. So pooling is done to reduce the dimensionality. We tend to reduce the dimensionality because classes with a huge dimension is very difficult to process, and it's very time efficient also, and it's costly also. Hence we go with pooling layer in order to reduce the dimensionality. Then we also have the ReLU activation function, the rectified linear activation function, in order to bring across non-linearity in our project. The non-linearity helps to bring a distinction in the project. So hence we using ReLU as our activation function. Then this is the classification as the image suggests. For arthritis, you can see to the left, we have a normal knee. And then to the right, we have the advanced arthritis, that's the grade 3. How you can see there are different, you can see the bone has also slid down, and there is a very less gap between the two bones. The liquid is also not there, the meniscus is also not there. And when we see coming down to the thyroid, we have the malignant thyroid and the benign thyroid. You can see how the benign thyroid doesn't have any differentiations. The nodules are almost the same. The nodes are the same, whereas in malignant, you can clearly make out the one to the left is one which is highly malignant when compared to the right thyroid. And to conclude our presentation, we can say that a model intends to ease out the whole diagnosis procedure, the cost of the procedure, and the accessibility it provides to a larger population. And we would be using X-rays, and as well as the X-rays of the bones for arthritis and the thyroid gland to detect whether the person has thyroid or not. Here you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the amount of classes that we have for arthritis and for thyroid. And by the research and conclusion in creating all our module, we've come across with a 95% of accuracy for both the cases of arthritis and thyroid when we use a module. And yes, we are tending to use CNN because, as I mentioned earlier, CNN is way better when it comes to multi-class classification. And we also we also are looking forward to improve our project so that we attain more accuracy and it's much more accessible to a larger population. And that's about that. Thank you everyone for your time.
Very nice presentation from you, Ma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Will you please explain about this ReLU?
Yes, ma'am.
So RELU is an activation function. So
Will you go to the slide, ma? That particular side?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So RELU is basically to eliminate linearity in our project. So what RELU basically does is it just ignores the negative values. It replaces negative values with zeros, and it keeps the positive values as it is. So there's a clear distinction between the features that we are looking for and the things that we aren't looking for.
Okay. Okay. Now you are saying like that 95% of accuracy will be your result. The result will be like 95% of accuracy. Then what you will do in your future enhancement of your paper? Will it be
Yeah. So
100%?
yeah, 100%. But our first initial idea was to basically design a system which could detect all these scannable diseases, not only thyroid and arthritis, but probably lung disease, TB, etc., etc. But since it's not feasible at this stage, we would definitely like someone to include all these scannable diseases. So that's our future scope.
Okay. All the best for your future enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Pallavi Yadav. Now we shall move on to the next session with the title A Framework for Android-Based E-Commerce Application for Shopping by the presenter Kirtana.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yeah, audible.
Ma'am, is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, visible.
Good afternoon, all present here. We are from Sona College of Technology, Salem. Here we came to present our project called a framework for Android-based e-commerce application for shopping with my teammate Santosh under the guidance of our guide Marimuthu. Let's go to the next slide. In this application, it is very useful when directly buy the product from the home via internet or mobile app. The application reduces lot of work allowed for the customers as well as the owner. The transaction of money is completed in a real-time system. It is an online store that enables app owners to sell their products online. By this online shopping, the product is directly delivered to the customer's home. Online shopping is a process consumers go through purchase products or services over the internet. This is a small scale project for online shopping system. And next, the object of our project is to make an application in an Android platform to purchase items in the existing shopping. In order to build such application, complete app support needed to be provided. And a complete effect app application which can provide the online shopping experience is the basic objective of the project. The app application can be implemented in the form of Android application with an app view. And the architecture diagram is explained by our Santosh.
The user that it can be used data from 5 days to store. The user can log in the data are stored in 5 days. The using data are the user ID and login name, email ID, mobile number. These are stored in 5 days. And then user can log in only. User can purchase the order. Only user can register, then only purchase will order. The user will be ordered the product to getting the product ID and user ID. And also user ID and then delivery address to get to product to order. The ordered product display data are product name and photos, description and price. These are displayed in the application to display, and provided product ID is an the part of product.
Screen is not visible, ma.
Go to the text for execution. We have to open an Android Studio and log into our respective account. Open the Firebase website to log in. Into the email ID using the Android Studio.
Kirtana, are you there? Screen was not visible. Kirtana?
Ma'am, may I audible, ma'am?
You are audible.
Screen is visible or not?
No, it's not visible.
Ma'am, we had some network issues, ma'am. It will be. Now it's visible, ma'am?
It's visible, ma.
Step for the execution. Open the Android Studio and log into the respective account. And then we are going to open the site for website and log into it to store the data. So after login, click on the Go to Console button that's present in upper right corner. Enter the required details of the project and click on the Submit. After creating a project, you will see the below images your product dashboard. In the app, it shows the splash screen for 3 seconds. Next, it shows the register page and the user should register to buy the product. In registration page, it shows the email, name, phone number, and address of the user. A user can log into the app. They can see the dashboard. From there, display the list of the products which the user can buy. After the user can save the product, they selected using add cart option. Now, cart page is visible the user where they can see order details of the product they selected. Next, user can able to pay the amount using UPI transaction and cash on delivery options are available in our app. And the conclusion of our project is the project entered online shopping system and was completely successful. Also, the project helps us understanding about the development phase of the project and software development lifecycle. Thus, the project gives us the great satisfaction in having this designed an application which can be implemented to any nearby shop or branders of selling various kinds of products by the simple modifications. And here we share our screenshot of our project and it will be explained by Sanjay.
First 2 second to display
Completed your presentation, huh?
Just a minute, ma'am. No, ma'am.
We are sharing a screenshot.
We are sharing the screenshot of this project, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
So you are creating an app for online shopping, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You are creating an app. We have
yeah,
many existing apps for to do it, no? So what is the thing you are doing in your paper?
Ma'am, it can be used to
You are
store
using
data
Android
in
Studio.
Firebase, ma'am. The
Uh,
user can.
you are using Android
Yeah, ma'am.
Studio.
The data are stored in Firebase, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then I will using an UPI transaction, ma'am.
What? UPI transaction. That is also existing in many
Use a UPI transaction.
many applications. No, we have many applications for doing online transaction, UPI transactions, this shopping, online shopping, everything and all. No.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm.
Uh,
So in Android Studio, what version you are using?
Android version is in 4th version, ma'am. 4.0.1.
What is the name of it?
And for application name, ma'am.
No, version.
What's that?
Android Studio version you are using 4.0.1,
4th version,
right?
ma'am. Yes,
Fourth
ma'am.
version. That's the what the I am asking a name of, particularly the name of the fourth version. This we cannot consider as a project. I think so. We are doing this as an mobile application development laboratory itself. No.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you consider it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Keertana. Now we shall move on to the next session with the title Classification of COVID-19 in X-ray Images Using Deep Learning by the presenter Pasupati.
Ma'am, the screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, visible, ma.
Okay, ma'am. We are from Sona College of Technology, Salem. We are proposing a system of classification of COVID-19 and chest X-ray image using deep learning model. Our teammates are Manoj and Martin under guidance of Dr. Shankar, Assistant Professor, CS Department.
Ma, we are running out of time. Do it fast.
Okay. Abstract, our project major goal is to classify COVID-19 in chest X-ray using deep learning. Deep learning has shown promises in medical imaging and in recent COVID-19 epidemic. Some research has begun to look into based for assisting in identification of virus. While research has focused on CT scan, we are focusing on X-ray image correlated with an ink frame, while also to pathological location. Finally, we compare state-of-the-art pixel level segmentation. Description we
Pasupati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Take some net problem. I'm sorry, ma'am. Now it's visible, ma'am. It mimics medical training in this way, but the argument is based because it's learned from the far wider set of photos than a person. The VGG16 technique produce more accurate findings. According to this finding, a set of X-ray medical lung picture used to train a VGG16 can discriminate between noise and relevant information and utilises. It's a architecture diagram. First, we have to take the original data set from X-ray, and we have to pre-process and augmentate it to get a large number of data set, and then future extraction with the deep neural network to classify it is COVID or normal. The modules are pre-processing module, train test module, prediction module. First, we have to train the data set such as classification of regression. Raw data typically cannot be used directly. The high specification to the data, to the goals of the project and the algorithm will be used to the model of the data, such as data cleaning, identifying mistakes, error, and feature selection, identifying those input variables that are most relevant to the task, and dimensionality reduction, creating compact projections of the data. The model, like first we have to upload the data set and split into train and test. The input layer, we using tenor flow with the shape of the data. In conclusion, we created an approach for developing an automated system detecting and classifying the COVID or normal in X-ray pictures. 3 major steps are used in technique. First, noise reduction, resizing, and contract modification are used to improve the X-ray image. The lung region are then identified. Finally, we calculate a set of augmented X-ray pictures, characterized and feed them into VG16 classifier, which determines if the image is normal or abnormal. Abnormal means COVID. The suggested approach for the detecting lung area is accurate. Average classification accuracy varies depending on the data set. Full automation requires more the misclassification of the aberrant X-ray pictures. The suggested methods-based system, on the other hand, may be employed decision support system for the medical specialist, and we achieve 96% of the accurate.
Pasupati, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
You told about a technique called VGG16, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What it is?
Ma'am, it's algorithm. VGG stands for Visual Geometric Group, ma'am.
Okay.
Like it's one of the algorithm of CNN model.
Okay.
Ma'am? Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Pasupati, you're audible. Stay in line.
Okay, ma'am.
Able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Pasupati.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we shall move on to next session with the title Detection of Objects with the Hard Cassette Machine Learning Algorithm by the presenter Devakumaresh.
Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So our topic is detection of objects using hard cascade machine learning algorithm. So here are our team members, and our guide name is Mr. P. Kaushik Raja, sir. So our main idea is to create a machine learning application which detects the objects using hard cascade algorithm. So usually this algorithm works like in face detection also. So this detection plays multiple roles in various domains like security, traffic monitoring, and also robot vision automation also. So the objects can be detected accurately and faster using this algorithm. Uh, so our case study is a vehicle detection and counting system. So and the possibilities it will be offered in a semi-enclosed region, both statistical and non-statistical elements. So our problem definition is by using this algorithm, we could detect the images using edge or line detection features, and can use for detecting blur images also and low dark images also. So by using this application, we can detect the vehicles and also human models also. So we are creating a application which is developed and trained using our data sets to identify the objects. So our existing system is so all we know the YOLO algorithm is already present for object detection. It proposes the end-to-end neural network and its bounding box predictions. So it has a main error comes from the localization because the bounding box is completely learned from data, and YOLO makes an abnormal scale bounding box, etc. Uh, by comparing YOLO with hard cascade, the frame rate is less than hard cascade. In YOLO, we have around a 45 frame per second speed, but in hard cascade we have a 256 frame per second. Uh, so so by using this hard cascade algorithm, we could detect the small objects also. So we could improvise the object detection techniques. So our proposed work, we created a machine learning application to detect objects using Python, OpenCV, Flask, and hard cascade features. So we could detect blurry images also. This algorithm giving a lot of positive images consisting of faces and lot of negative images consisting of any faces trained on them. So this is our architectural diagram. So by considering in our project, the first step will be the loading the image from the data, and the image will be resized and it will be converted into NumPy array. After converting into array, it will be converted into grayscale, and the noise will be removed from the images. By loading the XML file which contains the hard cascade features, by comparing uh, and using the hard cascade to detect the vehicle in the image, and the next step will be and we will be using the counters to create a rectangle around all detected vehicles. Similarly, we will be performing these operations further. and the objects will be easily identified. So we'll be doing in a frame seconds also. So the requirements will be any operating system with OpenCV and Python and a hard cascade data file and a system of I3 or higher code processor and the photo images or videos for testing the applications. So finally, the conclusion is our application detects the vehicles by using hard cascade. The axis coordinates of the vehicles are detected in the image and evaluated, and the faulty vehicles are attempted to be detected according to axis coordinates. So by using this technique, we can detect objects easily, and also accuracy and speed is higher than the other algorithms. So we could use in multiple domains also. So it will be output of the project. So this is a reference we are taking. So that's all, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Deva Kumaresh. You are
Yes,
using
ma'am.
a hard cascade algorithm for object viewing. You are using only for the vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am. Further now, we took a case study on that. We took a part on that vehicle detection alone. So we can use like deep ocean images or some blurry images also. We can use that algorithm for detecting.
Okay. In existing paper, what the concept they
Ma'am, they used
implemented?
yes, ma'am. They used YOLO algorithm. Ma'am.
Okay.
Usually, yeah, ma'am. The YOLO is it is a full form of U only response, ma'am. So by using that algorithm, the frame rate is around 45 frame per second. By using this algorithm, we could be it will be more speed around 256 frame per second.
You are increasing the distance of viewing, right?
Distance?
Yes or no?
No, ma'am. The processing speed, ma'am, of predicting images.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes.
yeah, ma'am, I'm Abhishek speaking, ma'am. My order was second to show the major project report, ma'am. So now I can present, ma'am.
At last you present, ma. The other candidates, other students are waiting for it.
Okay, ma'am.
At last you present. You wait.
Okay,
you wait
ma'am.
for some time.
Okay, ma'am.
Now we shall move on to the next session with the title Web Phishing Detection Using a Deep Learning Framework by the presenter Kavya.
Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible. You can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma, visible.
Yes, ma'am. Our project is about web phishing detection using a deep learning framework, and I'm Gayatri, and my team members are Bikavya, Mohammed, Bilal, and Mainturi Aishwarya. And we are done this project by under the guidance of Ashwini, ma'am. And phishing. So phishing aims to steal our personal information, such as our login ID and passwords, and our credentials like
credit card details, numbers, etc. So by a way of legitimate event. So hackers stole our personal information through passing a fake URL through social websites such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. So we just click that link in the front end, but the back end, the hackers steal our personal information easily. So preventing these kind of attack, we have created our web application for phishing detection. Of course, the method is exist, but the existed method uses reinforcement and transfer algorithm. So in these two algorithms provide a limited data security and also the less efficiency. So we in our application we ensure that we provide the higher level of security, unlimited data security, and also we provide that the higher efficiency by using two algorithms called secure hash algorithm 2 and random forest algorithm. And here is the architecture diagram. Here first we pass the URL to our application, and it is a processing. It processes the URL. It read are passing a URL through the pre-processing, and the deep learning will check that the URL is uh, fake or original, and it will give and it will detect that it is a phishing and a non-phishing and give the message to the login ID. And we use a modules called a route recommendation. 4 modules are here we use. One is route recommendation, the second is black box, and third is simple frequency based estimation method, and inter tragedy attention. So in route recommendation, in our application the internet is necessary. So by using route recommendation, we routing our connectivity. And in black box is a system or object which produces useful information without recreating any information about its internal workings. So and then we also use a database that if we already use that URL to detect, means it will store that database, and then next time we are trying to check that URL, means it is already exist in the database, means it will directly detect that the URL from the database. So that also we use this black box database, and also simple frequency based estimation method. So in this case, the computed observable cost will not be reliable to be used, and inter-tragedy attention. While we're using our application, many threats may caused. So for the information from a single tragedy is usually limited. So for that purpose, we use inter-tragedy attention. And the algorithms of secure hash algorithm. So the secure hash algorithm process one block of data at a time. So it is as already I said, we ensure that our project provide unlimited data security, right? So that we use secure hash algorithm in our project application. And random forest algorithm. Next, the random forest algorithm. It is a supervised machine learning algorithm, and it is used for both the classification and regression, and it is used to store the data in the tree format so that we can easily access the data, right? So that we use a random forest algorithm for the high improves the performance of our application. And the proposed system, here URL based using the IP address, and blacklist based, and whose database we had used. So first we have to calculate the length of the URL. So the length is greater than or equal to 54 characters, means, or if the link is have undefined data, means it is directly defined that the URL is phishing or non-phishing. And second, blacklist based, we have to store all the previous detected websites in the database, so that it is a check the URL is there in the block list. If the URL is present in the database, means it is it detect that it is phishing, or else next it goes to whose database. That is first step, it check that the database and the URL is present or not, and it will check that the keyword, and then it will check that the phishing website future is matching or not. Then it will check that the website present in whose database or not. And for each level of checking is notified, S means it is go to the website is phishing, or means it detect that the phishing is it is non-phishing. And the outcome in our application is, in our web application, the user is first registered as name and password and email ID. So then check the URL is phishing or not. We give the input as URL to the application, and it will check that it is phishing or not. Then the phishing means it notified this phishing website and pop up your window as well as email also. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Gayatri?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are the what do you mean by phishing? You
Hello.
that you told? Yes, able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
You are using an algorithm for identifying the which URL is phishing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what algorithms you are using? You told?
Random forest algorithm and secure hash algorithm too, ma'am.
Okay, both algorithms are efficient to identify the phishing URL.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's your future enhancement of your project?
The existing system doesn't gives a higher efficiency, and also there is a limitation of the data security, ma'am. So we are trying to provide unlimited data security, and also we are trying to provide a high improve the performance of our application, ma'am. And many of us nowadays many phishing URL or spread, ma'am. So by using our application, so we can easily detect that it is phishing or non-phishing, ma'am.
Okay, ma, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Kavya. Topic. Am I audible, ma'am? Presentation, Kavya. Now we shall move on to the next session with the topic end-to-end data security using modified AES by the presenter Sharmila.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I am Ramana from Jansons Institute of Technology.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Our project is about enhancing end-to-end data security using
You started
modified.
sharing your screen, Ramana?
Well, 1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, is the screen visible now, ma'am?
Yes, visible.
Okay, ma'am. Our project is about enhancing end-to-end data security using modified AES. A small intro of our project. Advanced encrypts standard using a symmetric block cipher algorithm with a block size of 128 bits. End-to-end data security is a method of secure communication that prevents third parties from accessing data. The aim of our project is to encrypt the data or file using AES algorithm. The sender sends the encrypted data or unfortunate to the receiver. The decryption process is done with the key exchange. The key is with the sender. When the receiver wants to decrypt the file, receiver sends the request to sender. When the sender approves the request, the key will be exchanged to the receiver. Abstract. Designing a control mechanism over both data access and download requests without loss of security efficiency. Two dual access control systems are designed where each of them is for distinct design settings. Key shares added in this account to avoid cloud insider key stealing attacks. Digital signatures generations using elliptical curve cryptography is used to generate digital signature to the user that will avoid network and URL based attacks. Overall digital signature based trios access control with the key shares will provide high secure cloud system. Existing system. In the CLP, certificateless proxy re-encryption scheme, the data owner encrypt the data without systematic key. The subsequently systematic key is encrypted with the public key of the data owner. The user identity is used to generate the public-private key pair. The proxy re-encryptor is based on binary pairing and binary Diffie-Hellman. That scheme computationally intensive. Proposed system. Proposed system is a new mechanism, double dual access control, to tackle the above existing presentation. To secure data cloud based storage, service attacked based during encryption. AB is one of the prototype and enabled to outscore data as well as fine-grained control over the outsound. Ma'am, this is a system architecture. Module split up. User interface administration, file inscription and uploading. Access control and upload request. Key share generation, access control and download request. File decryption and download. User interface administration. Module is to design the user interface for user in the project. The login page is designed for data owner and data user. It allows the data owner to achieve the encrypted file upload to the system. When the user log into the system allows the user input to decrypt the file inscription and uploading. Each file which is uploaded, encrypted and encrypted key. Once file is encrypted, next step is to upload with the data decrypted key. Finally, owner uploads an encrypted file and encrypted key and set of attributes to the storage system. Access control on upload request. This module provides the access control over upload request. The owner sends the request to the cloud server. Key share generation. Key is a random secret generation by the CS for the data file. Key is obtained in the two-step process. Access control download request. This module provides the access control over download request. For a download request, the user gives a request and sends the request to the cloud server. File description and downloads. User requests the file providing details and the response system replies with the encrypted file. And this is a screenshot of our login page, data owner page. And then this is for cloud server login. And this is cloud server page, which in right side of the file, which shows approve. If we give approve, it will proceed further. And then this is the key share page. Yes, ma'am.
Ramana.
Yes, ma'am.
With using AES algorithm encryption and decryption. This is all from long time we are using this type of algorithms, no?
Yeah, ma'am.
What is the peculiar thing about your project or paper?
Well, we have developed the rounds, ma'am, which is more secure than the previous existing system.
Levels of encryption and decryption you increased,
Yes, ma'am. Result of the study.
Possible?
Yes, ma'am. This is possible. Encrypted by 18.47% to 18.77%.
What efficiency? You are telling about the efficiency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah. And this is the user page preview, ma'am. And then the conclusion. Key shares are added in the account to avoid cloud insider key stealing attacks. Overall digital signature based trio access control with key shares will provide high secure to system. Thus, the data or information is shared.
You are telling for a cloud system. You are telling for a cloud system itself. It's very secure for cloud storage.
Okay, ma'am.
This trio access control, is it secure for a cloud storage? I'm asking.
Yeah,
is it secure for a
yes.
Cloud storage also?
Yes, this is secure for the cloud storage too.
Okay. Okay. Carry on.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. The conclusion. Thus, the data or information is shared in a secure way through this. Well, this is the reference, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your future enhancement of your project?
Ma'am, we are making that password very ma'am, AES brings additional secure because it uses key expansion process in which ma'am, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, audible.
And we are making that more stronger, ma'am.
How?
These round keys are generated over multiple rounds of modification, each of which makes it harder to break the inscription.
So using the same algorithm, you are increasing the levels of security, yeah?
No, ma'am, we have modified somewhat.
So how you are modifying it?
Ma'am, well, we are breaking a key into two parts, ma'am. One of it will be with the user, and the other will be with the cloud, ma'am.
The same thing you are doing in the your proposed also, no?
No, ma'am, we are using it with the AES.
Yeah. So in future?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, we are using it with the AES algorithm, ma'am. But yeah, in future we are developing it, ma'am. The rounds are developed.
That only I'm asking. You are increasing
Yeah,
the
ma'am.
levels of security.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Sharmila. Now we shall move on to the next session with the title Real-Time Warning System for Drivers Using IoT by the presenter Logeshwari.
Logeshwari, are you there?
Am I audible, ma'am? Okay, next we shall move on to the next topic. Malicious URL prediction using machine learning by the presenter Praveena.
The paper malicious URL prediction using machine learning is there? The presenter is there or not? Okay, next move on to flood detection and alerting system using IoT by the presenter Muhammad Asaruddin. Muhammad Asaruddin, are you there? Asaruddin?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start your you can start
Okay.
presenting, ma.
Myself, Samna Nasreen. Our team members are Mohammad Azharuddin and Aishwarya. Our team project topic is flood detection and alerting system using IoT. Abstract. The main purpose of this project is to monitor the water levels through the wireless network sensor and warning the people who are living that particular area about the flood warning through the SMS. In this project, we use GSM, IoT, SMS for alert the people through their mobile phones and use camera for live streaming. Introduction. Damages during a flood is caused by the improper residential irrigation or rising the water level. This is very dangerous to human life and affecting the normal life of the people. So this plan is designed to alert the people at early stage and take safety actions to avoid damages. Existing system. When the water reaches the critical level, then this system sends an alerting message to an authority and display it in LCD. The alarm sound will rise. The existing system have some disadvantages. It occupies more space to store the data in data space. We cannot predict the flood by historic data. Proposed system. The node is independent flood monitoring node. It is connected with the help of sensors and modules. The four main stages are including sensor to monitor the water level and moisturizing and temperature, and use controller to alert, Wi-Fi interface and ESP32 camera to live streaming. Data from various sensors are collected by ESP and then compute and upload on server. The stored data is routed to front-end web application and mobile application. ESP32 camera interface to Arduino for live streaming and transferring the video can be viewed through the local IP address. Architectural design. This is Arduino UNO, that means microcontroller. Then the controller collect the values of water level sensor and temperature humidity sensor. We use DTH11 sensor instead of temperature and humidity sensor. When the sensor reaches the particular level, then this system sends a message to an authority and displays in LCD. And through the ESP32 camera, we can see the live streaming. We use 5 voltage power supply to this module description. Module 1, interfacing the water level sensor and DHT11 sensor to Arduino. Module 2, interfacing ESP8266 Wi-Fi and GSM module to Arduino. Module 3, sending all parameters to cloud and sending message to a specific mobile numbers. Module 4, interfacing ESP32 camera for live streaming through the local IP address. We used 3 sensors. The sensor is a device to produce the output signal for the purpose of sensing a physical phenomenon. We used 3 sensors: water level sensor, temperature sensor, humidity sensor. Temperature sensor. A temperature sensor is a device that detects a measure hotness or coolness and convert it into an electric signal. Humidity sensor. Humidity sensor works by detecting changes that alter electrical currents or temperature in the air. Water level sensor. Water level sensor used to monitor the level of water flow and level. The level measurements can be done inside containers or it can be the level of river or lake. LCD display. LCD display is a flat display or other electrically modulated optical devices that uses the light.
Astrid,
ma'am,
able to hear me? Are you creating as an app or just as a notification you are providing an information to the people?
Notification, ma'am.
You are just giving a notification message to the mobile numbers which we are collecting it through a database, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is the live streaming also done.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if you are giving a notification means, then how you will do live streaming?
Sorry, ma'am.
If you are telling like you are giving a live stream of it, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
For flood, if the flood is came means you are giving a live stream, live update for it. So if you are doing through a message means, then how you will live stream it?
Local IP address.
Through an so
Local
that also
IP.
that information also should be collected as a database to do
Yes,
live
ma'am.
streaming. So that only we are doing in the news channels also, na?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go through it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, team. So, Vijay Lakshmi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can proceed.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Ma'am, whether my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So, my name is Ritika. Apologies for the good afternoon, everyone. So, our project is e-saline bottle monitoring system using IoT.
Ma, your voice is echoing. It was like echo.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. We'll switch.
Ritika? Ritika, present it, ma. You are running out of time.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Is it visible to you?
Yes, visible, ma'am. You can proceed.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Yeah, sure, ma'am. So, e-saline bottle system is used to monitor the level of the saline in the bottle to reduce the risk of the patients. So here why it is mainly used as for the doctors and the nurses to monitor the saline bottle of the patients in the situation of the airborne disease. And here we have added our contents, and there are introduction, objective, existing systems and proposed system, and the system architecture, modules descriptions, and the hardware system design, and temperature sensors, and conclusion. So let's move on to the introduction. Here the introduction is patient monitoring systems or any set of process that enables healthcare producers to monitor a patient's health. During treatment, it is highly imperative to continuously monitor the vital physical signs of the patient. The patient monitoring system holds an important position in patient care. The consisting developments in the technology not only helps us in transmitting the crucial physiological signs to healthcare workers and also simplifies the measurement and therefore results in rising the monitoring efficiency of patients. So here we go to the objective. So what we have added in the objective in our project is to acquire physiological data frequently or continuously, such as blood pressure readings, to communicate information from the data producing systems to remote locations laboratory and radiology departments, and store, organize, and report data, to integrate and correlate the data from multiple sources, to provide the clinical alerts and advices based on multiple source of data, to function as a decision so making tools that help professionals to measure the security of illness for patients and classification of purpose, to analyze the outcomes of ICU care in the terms of clinical effective and cost. And here we have our existing systems, where in our existing systems, the current health measures and the nursing professionals are responsible for managing the monitoring and producing the care to the patients receiving saline. The roller clamp is used to manually control the saline infusion rate in the hospital, where in the existing wireless technology that has been proposed, here it has a wireless sensor mode which monitors the saline level and alerts the doctors in hospital by sending the warning messages as wirelessly. It is made use the wireless connectivity using GSM messages and Bluetooth and XBeam radio for sending notifications to the users. So here, what are the advantages in the exist systems are needs TDM systems to monitor the coma patients, and the current system is used for the normal inpatients only and not for the every patient. So under abnormal conditions, the patients or depends on the nurses or doctors, as like it is for the airborne diseases. And here the system checks only the saline level only. So in our proposed system, so our project is developed a cost efficient and a standalone wireless sensor mode, which monitors saline levels and the alerts doctors in hospitals by sending warning messages wirelessly using IoT technologies. The project focuses on making plug and play system which is ready to be installed and integrated with hospitals. So here what are the advantages we had taken in our project is, so every time it is not be necessary to take a patient who is injected saline bottle, and continuously monitoring of the bottle is not being required as the system is simple to use. And here our system architecture, what here we used as the web page that gets notification, the tab gets then alerted, implemented immediately, and there is no chance of the black flow, and the manpower can be reduced, and it is user friendly and free of noise. The system is reliable and cost efficient. No requirements are being needed as our system is purely software oriented. And what are a module description is patient module. So we have 6 modules. So they are patient module. The registration module is an integrated patient management system which captures complete and relevant patient information, and the doctor module. In this module, it contains doctor details as it is ID, name, and qualification, specialization, and designation of the department, etc. And in the guardian module, what this module is belongs to is the patient being taking care, and who can view this is their patient's health condition by logging into the web viewer. And here, the admin model is the person who maintains all these functions in between the actors will take care of all the systems. And IoT module is the main part of a system where a project is only of IoT. So this module, hardware module, is used to interface the web UI and the users. And the health monitoring system is the heartbeat sensor is used for measuring the heartbeat of the human. And the saline bottle module is a smart saline bottle level where
Ritika,
yeah, yes, ma'am.
able to hear me? What are the
Yeah,
sensors you are using?
yes, ma'am. I can hear
What are
you.
the sensors you are using?
It is IR sensor, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I'm able to hear you.
yeah, IR sensor and ESP S266 and EP and E8 sensors, ma'am. All these
These sensors
sensors
you
we
are
are using.
using?
Yeah, to monitor the e-saline bottle system, ma'am.
Okay. So you have to use these different types of sensors for it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Can you explain any two sensors on it?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. I will
Any
explain.
two. Mm.
Any two. Yeah,
Mm.
here so here a temperature sensors are there, so I can take you here. The temperature sensor are the vital to a variety of everyday products. For example, here when we are using for the household owns or the refrigerator and the thermostats, all rely on the temperature maintenance and control in order to function properly. As the temperature controls has the application in the chemical engineering. And as also we can include our examples as maintaining the temperature of the chemical reactor at the ideal set point, monitoring the temperature of the possible runway, and reaction to ensure this, yeah, safety of employees, and maintaining the temperature of the steams that is being released to the environment to minimize the harmful environment impact, ma'am. And the other, yeah, other instance are what we are using is the so it is IR sensor, which is being used as the main part of a system which is used to monitor the saline bottle. So when the saline bottle is being monitored only, and if the volume of the saline, so when the saline is 2% of the volume of the saline, the notification will be sent to the particular doctor or the nurse. Or in case of the absence of the particular doctor or the nurse, the particular alarm signals will be sent to the administration of the nurse and the whole department, ma'am. Yeah, this is the what there are two types of sensor which we use in our project, ma'am. And
Those conditions you have to provide.
yeah, I see.
The admin has the notifications should be viewable to the nurse or doctor or through admin. Likewise, you have to provide the condition for it. No.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Through web pages, we are using it, ma'am.
Mm.
Web UI, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, in a web UI, we can also view the saline bottle. Okay, so in the saline
So,
bottle is nothing but it
will
is
you conclude your project, ma? Will you conclude
yeah,
your
sure.
paper?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. So, with the automatic saline bottle system, so the manual effect of continuously monitoring of the patients injected with the saline by the nurse will be reduced. So, as the whole proposed framework is automated, it reduces very less human interactions and the individuals in the center. It is also includes the smart health system, which gives the information about the body temperature, the blood pressure, and the heart rate, and also the pulse rate. This helps in reducing, detecting which way the patient requires another saline bottle or not. It will be more invaluable at the nights
Ritika,
as the yeah
Ritika,
yeah yes, ma'am.
the main is to know the saline bottle level. The
No,
information should pass. The
no, ma'am.
added information is like body temperature, that will all, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Here
Then
in our Corona time, so people, yeah, it is not advisable to keep the nurse to monitor the people, not the people, nor to patient for every time. Okay, because it is a airborne disease, we don't know how it will be spread to the people. So when the saline bottle is empty, saline bottle is nothing but the glucose bottle. Okay. So when the saline bottle is reduced, or the saline liquid, it has been reduced, or it has been empty, the blood rate, the blood flow will move to the upwards in the bottle, ma'am. So to reduce it, if the blood flow is being upwards to the bottle, in the empty bottle, the people may get heart attack, stroke, and heart diseases. To being avoided, we are giving a signal using IR sensor. If the 2% of the liquid for the total volume of the saline, if the liquid is 2%, the alarm signal using IR sensor, alarm signal will be sent to a particular nurse or the doctor. In case in the absence of the particular nurse or the doctor, the same alert message will be sent to the central administration system or the nurse station. This is approach.
Okay, ma. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Vijay Lakshmi. Bhargavi, are you there? Bhargavi? Okay. On behalf of Jansons Institute of Technology, we thank all the participants from various institutions for your research paper presentation. We can now conclude the session. Thank you all.
Ma'am, I'm remaining, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm remaining, ma'am.
I asked you, no? Okay, you can present.
Yes, ma'am.
Abhishek, you can present.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, da, visible. Yeah, visible. Yeah, visible.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my major project name is credit card fraud detection. In this we used to find the fraud cases in the credit card transactions. So we can find it through different algorithms. As ma'am, now abstract is, as the number of customers increases and the number of companies that use credit card to make financial transactions, the number of fraud activities are also increasing rapidly. This problem is increasing when working with noisy and unbalanced data and outliers. In this paper, we propose fraud detection using artificial intelligence or machine learning also, ma'am, because in this I have used logistic regression, random forest, decision tree, and num based algorithm, ma'am. So in this I have used 4 algorithms in which logistic regression is used now, and the pre-processing step uses 2 new main data cleaning methods, mean based methods and clustering based methods. And description is that it is important that credit card companies are able to recognize fraudulent credit card transactions so that customers are not charged for items that they did not purchase. Credit card fraud is often outlined because of the bootleg use of any system criminal activity through the utilization of physical card or card information while not the information of the card holder. The MasterCard is also physical or virtual in an exceedingly physical card. The card holder presents his or her physically to a business person for creating a payment. Machine learning algorithms are employed to analyze all the authorized transactions and report the suspicious ones. These reports are investigated by experts who contact cardholders to determine if the transaction is genuine or fraud. So next next system architecture is there, ma'am. In this system architecture, we take a data set from anywhere, and then we sampling is done, then we will divide the data set into training set and test set. Using that, we will go into the feature selection. After that, through algorithm processing, there will be prediction of outcome for test data, which is also coming from test sample data. And if performance and accuracy results are more and accuracy is in more very high value, then it will be considered as non-fraudulent. If the accuracy is very less, then it will be considered as fraudulent credit card transaction. So one example is also there, ma'am, which is credit card fraud detection using logistic regression. So in this, if we first take a we first selected database from anywhere, then we clean the data, because data is very noisy, and by cleaning it, it means that it contains many other removable need to removable things. So in this if we fill the missing values in the data cleaning, means that a missing value means that a cell of a given record is empty due to an mistake during empty. Solve any inconsistencies. This means that if there is a collision in the data, this collision must be resolved. Removing any outliers. Outliers refer to the abnormal values, that is like very high values or that is very low values. After that, we will use database division method in third step, in which we should divide the database into three part. First is training part, then is testing part, and according to that, after testing part, testing database part, it will go to the heuristic regression algorithm, working as to produce accuracy, ROC curve, and precision, F1 score, many things. Then if the accuracy is high, then it will go till the end of the ninth step. If the accuracy is low, it will return to the fourth step, in which we use logistic regression to find the accuracy of the data which we are using in the selecting database for credit card fraud detection. If the accuracy is high, then it will decide that it is not a fraudulent. If the accuracy is low, then it will return the method to building classified logistic regression. And like this, ma'am, there are many methods, like like in first, we have seen logistic regression. Then decision trees also I have used, ma'am. Random forest also I have used, ma'am. And that's it, ma'am. And then conclusion is that the detection of credit card fraud is a vital research field. This is because of the increasing number of fraud cases in financial institutions. This issues opens the door for employing artificial intelligence to build systems that can detect fraud. Building an AI-based system to detect fraud requires a database to train the system. The data in reality are dirty and have missing values, like I have explained before some minutes, ma'am, that data cleaning is necessary, as there are some missing values, noisy data also, and outliers also there, which means very high value and very low value. Those things have to be cleaned. So data cleaning used in this process, such issues negatively affect the accuracy rate of the system. So to overcome these problems, a logistic regression based classifier is proposed. The data are first cleaned using two methods: the mean based method and the clustering based method. Second, the classifier is trained based on the cross validation technique, which ensures that the whole database is used as both the training dataset and testing dataset. Finally, the proposed classifier is evaluated based on accuracy, sensitivity, and error rate metrics. The proposed regression based classifier is compared to well-known classifiers, and if and it will be done fraudulent. It will be done non-fraudulent if accuracy is 97.2% and sensitivity is 97%. Like that, many more accuracy values lead to non-fraudulent credit card transactions.
Abhishek?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you are collecting your data set, ma?
I'm here in the beginning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Selecting database,
Yeah,
then
beginning.
yes, ma'am. Then data cleaning, then database division, ma'am. Then into training
I'm
database.
asking where you are having the data set values. You have to collect for classifying it, no, through an algorithm. So
Yes,
how you are
ma'am.
doing it? How you
Ma'am,
are where you are collecting it, the data sets?
yes, ma'am. This database I have taken from a spreadsheet in which I have given the values. Means I have predicted that if the
So
value.
you itself given a data key, data values
Yes, ma'am. I'm singer in my
in a
project, ma'am.
spreadsheet.
Okay, ma'am. So I have taken the database from a spreadsheet in which I have used so many values after taking the average count and many other things, which is my implementation code, ma'am. We can derive that it is fraudulent or non-fraudulent, and if fraudulent, then it should go one
By
value.
filtering it out. So I'm asking. So you itself provided a data set value for it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, Abhishek.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, on behalf of Jansons Institute of Technology, we thank all the participants from various institutions for your research paper presentation. We can now conclude the session. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Aditi.
Good evening, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you available, ma?
Yes, sir. Can I present it, sir?
Yes, you can share your presentation and start presentation.
Yes, sir. 1 second. So I hope you're able to see my screen, sir.
Yes, visible, ma. You can make it as full screen.
Yes, sir. So good evening, everybody. This paper is basically on forensic application using deep learning. Nowadays, the biography is me and two of my friends, Akanksha and Ayush. We are studying final year in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Bangalore, and we'll be graduating in the 2022 year, which is this year. Biometrics nowadays, when we go to places, the crime rate of all the places have increased subsequently. So biometrics is one of the most interesting and experimenting way to solve a crime. So for biometrics is basically the fingerprints, facial, iris recognition, which is unique from person to person. So using that, we'd be able to catch the culprit or the crime or identify any person in general in a very easy way. The best example can be our mobile phones, which each person has a face ID or a fingerprint, which no other person can log into. So this proves that the fingerprint and the facial ID is unique for each and every person. So in this paper or the project that we are working on, we're working on fingerprint and image recognition. The fingerprint matching issue is conceived as an arrangement in which a model is created. So we are creating a model and then we distinguish between the two true and the imposted pair of the fingerprints. So for this, we have used CNN algorithm as it has a very high success rate. The description of this project is the process in which the project will take place is first the web application will be displayed, which is the main screen in which we would be entering one of the fingerprint as an image. This will go check with the database of the already existing fingerprints of many people and then it will match. So the fingerprint in the olden generation, they used to exercise feature extraction and then compare the fingerprints. So CNN has proved to be here as a marvelous success for many images processing at a single task. In this project, we have used Keras, which is a deep learning, high-level deep learning API for implementing the neural networks. Keras uses TensorFlow as its backend, which trains the deep neural network. For the front end, we used Python programming and we created an MVC. So MVC is nothing but an area or a surface that is used for controlling logic and data and creating interfaces. Google Collaborator has also been used to run the Python code as it gives a larger RAM size and quicker TPU. So for this project, for our study, we have taken almost 600 unique fingerprints, which is obviously from 60 different people, along with their personal information such as name, age, gender, etc. So in order to use the data set, we have used the data set from Kaggle. So this data set that we have taken it from Kaggle has been split into an 80% and a 20% data. And using the V1net architecture, the data set has been split. In the algorithm, we first perform data cleaning, which is necessary in order to remove any extensive noise. And then we implemented a convolutional layer, which is a set of layers, and each layer has a set of filters that filter the previous output's image and give it to the next input. The first layer has for up to 32 filters, which generally is increased in size to 128, and then the layer activation parameter has been used. We have also used rectified linear unit activation function. During the process, the stabilization of the layer may go up and down. So for this, batch normalization has been used. And then in order to reduce the size and not be of a major burden, max pooling has been used to reduce the output size by 2. The epoch value was set to 5 and the accuracy was increased as we expected. So the final conclusion of the paper is it recognizes the model that we will be developing recognizes a fingerprint. It sees the print, captures the print, cleans it, and then separates it into various segments and edges layer by layer. This model then loads each fingerprint and matches it with the nearby near fingerprint available, which is in the data set. So it might be accordingly looked and received from the system. The model is also trained to recognize an imprint picture. It is also used to separate the noise from the image, and then the fingerprint is matched with the final fingerprints that are available in the data set, and then the result is displayed. So taking into consideration of all the implementation that we have performed, we have also plotted a graph depicting what amount of accuracy of training and validation of the person's fingerprint was recognized successfully and what was the loss that was incurred, so which can be corrected for the next fingerprint. These are the two graphs. So the blue line depicts the training account of the subject and the yellow line represents the validation account. And similarly, the second graph is another set of data. Thank you, sir.
Yes, good work, Ma. How much about the times it is advancing in recognizing these matches in terms of some percentage, or did you check it?
No, sir. From the literature review papers that we have done, the accuracy mentioned in those papers were around 93 to 94%. We are trying for at least a 96 to 97%.
Okay. What about the comparison of the front end, back end softwares? What about the novelty you have chosen?
So for front end, Python programming and Google Collaborator as a platform was used. And for backend, we used Keras, which uses TensorFlow.
Okay. What about your survey? Which language they have taken?
Sir, literature survey, sir.
Survey.
Language, okay. So in that survey, language was a mixture of Java and Python.
Okay. Okay, ma. Good work. Completed, huh?
No, sir. We are in the process.
Okay. Okay, good, ma. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All the best. All the best. Abhinash?
Yes, sir.
Almost sessions completed.
Yes, sir.
We shall move to valedictory.
Yes, sir. We can move.
Yes, yes.
You can start, sir.
So the end, we completed all the sessions. So all the research members, students, community have utilized this international conference of on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I wish to propose the vote of thanks about our conference. I would like to thank all our honorable dignitaries, our chairman, Rotarian, MP HF TS Natarajan, Vice Chairman Thiru TN Kalaimani, and Vice Chairman Thiru TN Thirukumar for their extended support towards our holistic learning. I extend my thanks to our respected Principal, Dr. V. Nagarajan, Dr. S. Ilangovan, Vice Principal and Head Corporate Relations, Dr. M. V. Suresh Kumar, Director Admissions, for their moral support to bring this international conference a real one. Next, I would like to thank Ms. Sweta, Manager of IFERP, Mr. Naveen Kumar, and Mr. Abhinash, Technorate team, for the association to launch ICSTEM-22, a grand success. Next, I would like to thank our eminent keynote speakers from all over the globe, and Dr. Sanjay Sethi, founder and CEO, Antar Dhani, St. Joe, Silicon Valley, California, USA. Mr. Mark Lobby, Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, Greater Atlanta area, and Professor Aiman Eid Al-Rawajfeh, Full Professor, Desalination and Chemical Industries, Department of Chemical Engineering, Tafila Technical University, Jordan. So I really thank the heads of all the departments, jury members, host members, delegates from different places and institutions, faculty and student friends for their tireless effort. Once again, on behalf of ICSTEM-22 team, I thank one and all for making today a memorable day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Abhinash?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I hope we can end the session.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
This is the one who did everything perfect.